Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to every test. So you kiss with darkness, but in defense, he's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Bow your head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sentinel of reason with the ball-crushing bark. If his bull runs into the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it up. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch. Am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. We got Nick Johnson in the building. Welcome. Shout out to Angry Amputee. What is going on, gentlemen? Very, very good to see you. I wasn't really sure, especially since we just covered the Clinton stuff. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this, but I was looking around at the clips of what's his face, Tampon Tim, and all that, and I was like, you know what? I think we just got to do it. We just got to go because there's some good clips out there, but this man deserves to be wholly and fully humiliated. So let's do it. Without further ado, as always, guys, if you get any of the video, please do let me know.
Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today's hearing is about a failure of leadership, plain and simple. For years, Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison presided over one of the most extensive breakdowns of oversight this committee has ever examined. Billions of taxpayer dollars were stolen from social service programs while warnings piled up, whistleblowers spoke out, and state officials chose delay and denial over action. Federal prosecutors estimate that as much as $9 billion may have been stolen from just 14 Medicaid programs administered by the state of Minnesota.
That's just Minnesota. Shout out to Manatron. Welcome to the party. We also got TV Viewerski. So I got Minnesota fatigue. Yeah, I mean it is turning out that way, right? It is turning out. Every single thing that has been an issue, seemingly in the last 5 years, if not more, has been Minnesota, if not Minneapolis specifically. What are they doing? Being run by Tim Walz. Welcome, guys.
Those programs have cost taxpayers more than $18 billion since 2018, and investigators believe that half or more of that spending may have been lost to fraud. And that did not happen overnight. As our investigation has shown, it happened because state leadership failed repeatedly to intervene. Governor Walz has claimed his administration addressed fraud, and I quote, very early, unquote. But that claim does not hold up to the facts. His administration kept payments flowing. In January, the first hearing of this series, we heard from Minnesota state representatives who made clear this fraud was not hidden. It was known, documented, and repeatedly brought to the attention of state leadership. In case after case, state agencies identified red flags and received warnings.
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit, just because I mean, you know, they're not saying anything like super highbrow. It's just about what indeed they are saying. Shout out to TV Viewerski. Getting us started early with the $10 PayPal. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Let's go.
From auditors and employees, but continued to send money out the door. Not because they lacked authority to intervene, but because they feared lawsuits, bad press, and political backlash. While Governor Walz hesitated, taxpayers lost billions. Attorney General Ellison has likewise claimed his office was aggressively holding fraudsters accountable. But when his statements were tested against the record, they fell apart. In the Feeding Our Future case, Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison publicly suggested that courts forced the state to continue payments. The judges in that case took the extraordinary step of publicly correcting them. The truth is the state made a choice once again to keep sending the money out the door. The Feeding Our Future scandal alone involved nearly $300 million stolen from programs meant to feed children during the pandemic.
Literally taking food out of the babies' mouths. And TV viewers saying, I live there. I mean, Jersey's got its issues, but even that is bad. I'm hoping Box shows up too. He's also a Minnesota resident, and he likes Tim Walz even after all this. So I'm very interested to see what the other side of it is. But we have plenty of Democrats who are going to lob up the softballs for Mr. Walz.
We're talking about fake invoices, meals that never existed, luxury cars, and overseas investments, all paid by the American taxpayer.
Oh, fixture, gotcha. Yeah. No, yeah, it just didn't happen.
Dozens have been convicted. The fraud was real. The warning signs were obvious, and state leadership failed to act. The same pattern repeats across Minnesota's social services system. In the Child Care Assistance Program, providers racked up dozens and in some cases more than 100 violations and still collected millions. Facilities shut down and reopened the same day under new names at the same address. This went on for years. Housing Stabilization Services, a program expected to cost $2.6 million annually, exploded to over $100 million a year. Federal prosecutors have described it as, and I quote, easy money. Providers billed services never delivered while the Walz administration failed to intervene until federal agents showed.
That doesn't get much easier than just lying and getting money for it, right? Dick said, I've been waiting forever to see Walz interrogated. Well, the time is here.
And when state employees tried to stop this, they were silenced and retaliated against for even daring to notice the fraud. We have spoken with over 30 whistleblowers, many of them current employees and Democrats, who say they were ignored, retaliated against, and even surveilled for raising concerns. Instead of protecting the whistleblowers, the Walz administration protected the system that enabled the fraud.
And this is exactly what we saw with, we have to give a big thank you to Nick Shirley. This is what kicked all of this off. And even from the very beginning, it was very clear that, CNN and just in general, the left was more interested in seeing what was wrong with Nick Shirley rather than exploring actually what he found. Mantron said what's even crazier is that a lot of these people committing this fraud were filing as sole proprietors on their taxes and still receiving $50K grants. All the money you can. And that the other part of it is like, obviously, these people aren't just, armed with this information. There's somebody organizing this. There was like 2 days ago, whatever. The day after the strikes in Iran, there was people flooded in the streets of San Francisco, New York. This stuff is organized. It's all theater, now bread and circuses.
We are taking oversight fraud seriously. And today, I hope the Democrats will do the same. But their track record is not promising. We followed up with the whistleblowers when state leaders ignored them. Republican staff spent 36 hours and 46 minutes in 9 transcribed interviews with current and former Minnesota state officials. Democrats, however, only asked 3 hours and 14 minutes worth of questions.
Hold on, I'm going to split the difference.
That's inexcusable and frankly embarrassing. Taxpayers deserve better. We're working with the Trump administration, which is taking a whole of government approach to stop fraud before money is stolen. What we've uncovered in Minnesota is not a paperwork error or a few bad actors slipping through the cracks.
It's a system. It's a feature. It's not a bug.
It is sustained failure of leadership. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison were warned repeatedly. Auditors raised red flags. Employees sounded alarms. Invoices didn't make sense. And still, the money kept flowing. While state officials hesitated, billions of taxpayer dollars were stolen from programs meant to serve children, the disabled, and families in crisis. While whistleblowers were silenced, fraudsters got rich. Accountability shouldn't begin only after federal prosecutors step in and clean up the damage. Accountability should compel leaders to act, and here they did not. Today, this committee expects answers, and we expect an explanation for why it took federal law enforcement, not state leadership, to finally turn off the spigot.
The spigot or the spigot? Either way, I am totally fine getting an explanation that makes sense. I always go into this open-minded and willing to hear them out. Obviously, I have my biases. Obviously, I don't believe Tim Walz is an honest person or anything like that. But I'm here to listen. Something tells me, though, we ain't going to get any answers. Shout out to New Dodge. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Indeed, they owe us plenty of money, and especially the people of Minnesota. Shout out to E-Dog. Said, MAGA care deeply about fraud now. Yep. That was the whole thing the whole time. Remember when we were like, oh, that election was fraud. That's why we cared about it, because it was fraudulent. Welcome to America.
Before we proceed, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter the committee's interim staff report titled The Cost of Doing Nothing, How Tim Walz and Keith Ellison Fueled Minnesota's Fraud Explosion. Into the record. Without objection, so ordered. And with that, I now yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his opening statement.
And so now
thank you, Chairman Kilmer. I want to thank, of course, the governor for being here today, the Attorney General as well, and to Rev Mariah Tollgaard. Thank you so much for being here.
And so they go back and forth. There's going to be someone on the right, and then someone on the left, and then someone on the right, and someone on the left. You're going to see that obviously most of the clips are going to come from when people on the right are questioning Walz. But the other thing I think that is important to see is how they are framing this, whether or not they are lying. How they're choosing to frame this is important.
I especially, though, want to thank the Minnesotans that I know have traveled here to be with us today to witness this hearing, but also
I mean, fair enough. That's a whole other thing if you want to get into a debate about the proof of fraud there. But you made the claim that MAGA didn't care about fraud when that was the very beginning. It was like, hey, you're being fraudulent. You know, the binder's full of women. That's from the before times. That's the before times, the pre-Trump era.
That I know have traveled here to be with us today to witness this hearing, but also in solidarity of the horrors and terrors that are happening, not just in Minnesota, but that have happened across the country. Now, we look forward to hearing directly on what life in Minnesota has been like, thanks to...
So you weren't being sarcastic at all? Exactly. Shut up.
Trump administration's actions. And the truth is that Donald Trump and Republicans have cut billions of dollars.
See, you know, hold on. No. E-Dog doesn't care deeply about fraud now. He was just stating a fact, right? And follow that up with it. Trump is historically honest, which totally believes. And then I give you a point about how that doesn't make sense. And like a little beta bitch. Well, I was just saying it. Just Renee Good was just saying she wasn't mad at ICE. Come on. If you're going to say something, fucking say it with your fucking chest. Be a fucking man and say it 10 toes down. You people are fucking pathetic.
Actions. And the truth is that Donald Trump and Republicans have cut billions of dollars from healthcare and food assistance. That is a reality. Instead, with that money, they've used it to hire officers who are now terrorizing cities and killing Americans. That's where our taxpayer dollars have gone. We've taken from food assistance, we've taken from healthcare, and we superfunded terror on American streets. Now, Donald Trump has unleashed chaos against innocent Americans and across Minnesota, and we're going to talk about that today.
So this is exactly the type of thing that we're going to, do we have anyone over there? Yeah, this is exactly the type of thing that we're going to see. This is precisely why we are watching this, because this guy is the same as this guy, or, whichever one you're at. Same kind of person. All big with the words, but then when you actually get called out, it's like, I didn't expect you to, oops.
Donald Trump has unleashed chaos against innocent Americans and across Minnesota, and we're going to talk about that today. Terror that has actually impacted real families and kids like Liam Ramos, who have been used, as we know, as bait. And we all know Liam's...
You mean the kid who the kid who was left on the streets in the winter in Minneapolis and was saved by ICE or CBP or whoever it was, right? That's what you mean. Got it.
Story really well.
Yeah.
The reality is American citizens, innocent kids,
for you,
people have been brutalized and ripped away from their families.
But not that kid, right?
They've been thrown into detention centers with horrible conditions that people are literally dying in these centers.
And whose fault is that? The parents. Got it. Okay.
Peaceful Americans have been killed by federal officers and agents and labeled them as domestic terrorists.
Who, like Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who were absolutely justified, even if not great situations. As I said, this is what we've got, guys.
Or assassins.
This is what we've got.
By their own government. Where is the hearing and the outrage for those actions? Now, Alex Preddy, as we all know, a VA nurse, was peacefully exercising his First and Second Amendment rights when he was pepper sprayed, tackled, disarmed, and then shot repeatedly in the back. Renee Good, a mom who told an officer, and I quote, "I'm not mad at you."
I told you! I fucking told you! Exactly the same fucking shit. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. All I said was MAGA cares so deeply about fraud. I was just making an observation. You are all the fucking same, and it's fucking pathetic. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night knowing you are this pathetic? Or do you really not understand how pathetic you actually are? You are all the same.
In the back. Renee Good, a mom who told an officer, and I quote, "I'm not..."
Yeah, I am triggered by fucking retards who try to act like they know shit when they don't. Sorry! Your favorite tone of voice!
Not mad at you, end quote, was shot dead. Just moments after.
Did he bring that one up again? Oh, yeah. Or was that E-Dog from last time?
And this pattern of violence and lawlessness we've seen, of course, all over the country. Now, our committee and Democrats have documented over 590 cases of suspected misconduct by President Trump and Kristi Noem's immigration and enforcement agents across the country, not just in Minnesota. There's been 240 incidents of violence or concerning use of force, and 181 have involved United States citizens. Now, we heard testimony that ISIS training is actually...
What does this have to do with the billions of dollars of fraud?
Completely changed, and now it actually teaches our agents to violate the rights of American citizens. That's what we're teaching now to federal agents. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. DHS and ICE are out of control and must be held accountable by the Congress. Now, Oversight Democrats have been partnering to hold hearings to investigate these abuses, to hold DHS Secretary accountable, Stephen Miller, Greg Bovino. And make no mistake, this is Donald Trump's personal police and military force he is unleashing on American streets. Now, the hearing that we have today is going to build on those investigations.
I mean, it's insane that they're willing to put these people up, that they said we are going to have the cops stand down so that you, Minnesota, Minneapolis resident, citizen of America, you are going to be the ones that has to stand against what we are calling a tyrannical government that was actually popularly voted for. And if you die, well, then we're just going to use you as a prop. That's it.
Operation Metro Surge, which we're going to hear a lot about today. This is really about not just what's happening in Minnesota through that operation, but the ways that President Trump has waged his own personal war on Minnesota. Instead of improving systems, of course, we're talking about fraud, according to our Republican colleagues. But instead of improving systems to prevent future fraud, Trump's also cut off $259 million in Medicaid funding to the state.
Trump bad.
He's threatened federal food aid for 600,000 Minnesotans, including 200,000 kids.
Trump bad.
President Trump has tried to use fraud as his excuse for all of this. But what's really happening is violence, terror, death, destruction, and ripping away services from those that need it. You don't fight fraud by issuing presidential pardons to fraudsters. You don't fight fraud from ripping away food assistance to kids.
So you remember when they always talk about this whataboutism? You know that two people can do wrong things, and it doesn't make, like, two wrongs don't make a right. That's what my mama always told me.
Now, since his reelection, Trump has also given out jail-free cards to dozens of actual real fraudsters.
Unlike the preemptive pardons that Biden gave, right? If we're just doing whataboutisms and just naming bad shit that people are doing, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Who could get out of repaying their victims more than $1 billion. Where is the fraud hearing on those abuses?
I've lost a lot of support for Trump since then. That doesn't mean that all other things are irrelevant. It just means that's one of the things that's happening. This hearing is not about Trump. This hearing is about the fraud under Tim Walz. And Democrats have absolutely nothing to say about anything except Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. It's pathetic. These types of deportations have been going on since the Obama administration. How come the Dems weren't jumping out of their seats about fascism back then? Because it's all theater. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, it actually did come up. I forget who it was. We might have been. It was either someone in the chat or it was some. I don't forget. I don't remember where it was. But somebody was talking about the line, and they were like, "Oh, this guy, pedo," and we pulled up the clip. And lucky for me, it was just beautiful. It just had the captions, like the entire, because the video is just the bus like in the corner, and it's like from far away. It's a hot mic, and so they just put the words all over. They let you. I mean, you can't make that shit up. Shout out to Jason. Welcome. Said a look at Congress full of Islamic women and transsexual supporting heretics like Tallarico. God, send asteroid, please. No, that is the wrong message. We just need to fix it. It can be fixed. False because the fraud is a 3-year-old case that arrests were already made. What was false? I said I agreed with you and that other things didn't need to be... What? You said that, and I said I agree, and now you're saying false. So, are you wrong? Trump is to Dem is what incels is to Casey Tron. Shout out to the legendary series. Absolute cinema. If you know, you know. Where are we on? Yeah. Sorry, you gotta be careful. If I see it removed, where are you? If I see it removed, I'll try not to pull it up. But I got 7 different things to pay attention to, so be careful what you're saying. Lock them all up. Deport them all.
Victims more than $1 billion. Where is the fraud hearing on those abuses? And we know
that's a good question. Maybe you, somebody who can hold these hearings, should do that. That's not what we're doing here today, Mr. Garcia.
That you just don't fight fraud by singling out states led by Democrats and ignoring states led by Republicans. Every single person here, and I know the governor and the attorney general believe this as well, we all want to fight fraud, waste, and abuse in government. Oklahoma, by the way, and Alabama.
Okay, but that's what we're here to figure out. It's a hearing to see how much he was involved. And as I said before, I'm totally willing to listen to the story. I'm not going to hide my bias that I think he's a liar, but that's what we're doing here.
Lead the nation in SNAP fraud. In Texas and Florida, a Russian citizen has been arrested for submitting billions of dollars in fraudulent claims. And
thank you very, very much, TV. You have a good one.
Funneling millions overseas. Where are those hearings? Where's the governor of Oklahoma or Alabama or Texas or Florida? I also want to note this. Because of the Trump administration's illegal and unconstitutional actions,
Trump bad.
We know there is now 31 of 64 lawyers at the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office that have left. That is stunning.
Did not see that.
The lead attorney responsible for pursuing these fraud cases has left because the Trump administration ordered them, if we know, to investigate Renee Good's widow.
Trump bad.
Not her killer. They were ordered to investigate Renee Good's widow, not her killer. If the president...
Why would we investigate her? Like, are they not already having an internal review of that? Is that now how all shootings work?
cared at all about fraud, we would not have all of these officers with all this illegal behavior on Minnesota streets. And we should.
So again, notice so far he has said nothing. We'll put the Democrats as a team. So far, the Democrats have said absolutely nothing about fraud.
Remember that the Trump administration tried to use Operation Metro Surge as leverage to seize Minnesota's voter rolls. The Trump administration was never serious about addressing fraud in Minnesota. Instead, they've been interested in election conspiracy theories, in terrorizing
You mean fraud?
kids. And they've accused the governor and attorney general of covering up fraud only to investigate them and turn up actually no evidence. What they're trying to do is convince Americans that there's a good reason for violence, for killings, and for violations of the law.
Whoa. That's the right doing that? Oh my goodness. Projection. Insane. How could you possibly say that? And as your opening statement, I don't even know what world we are living in. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome, said liked and shared. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff really, really, really does help so very, very much. And it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared, just by telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome to the party.
And we're not going to take that here today. I want to thank our witnesses again for being here, and I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I'd like to welcome our witnesses.
Not a single word.
First, we have Tim Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota. Governor Walz first took office in January 2019. Next, we have Keith Ellison, attorney general of the state of Minnesota. Attorney General Ellison also first took office in January 2019. Finally, we have Reverend Mariah Tollgaard, senior pastor, Hamlin Church United Methodist. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and we look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And yeah, Jason, and understand that Tim Walz absolutely knew that if not, people would die, people would be hurt and arrested trying to protest when he told the local law enforcement to step down. That is not up for question. I'm sure he'll lie about it if he's asked about it, but it's not up for question. Shout out to Guam Tech again. Liked and shared. Thank you. So very, very much. Again, guys, it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just share it to your mama, to your sister, to that girl that you wish you would have talked to in high school. Doesn't really matter. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. Yeah, right. Operation Human Shield. Pretty much.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth. Please take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind
I would swear on a copy of the Lord of the Rings.
On the witnesses that we have read your written statement, they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will...
It's been debunked. That didn't happen. Those videos that you saw just didn't... They were AI. They were AI, guys. Shout out to Brandon. Welcome. So Tim Walz is a father of an autistic son. But how I think about it, he's failing him as a father. And I do believe that he treats his own son like trash behind closed doors. Ooh, spicy. Why do we say this? As much as I would love to hate him more, we gotta be accurate. So where is this coming from? Are you just speculating, or do we have evidence?
Turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Governor Walz for his opening statement. Governor.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the committee. I'm proud to be here today as the governor of the great state of Minnesota. Under my leadership, Minnesota has dedicated its resources to ensuring that all Minnesotans can live dignified and full lives with access to top-notch public schools, quality health care, good jobs. Thanks to these initiatives, Minnesota has been ranked as one of the best states to raise a family in, one of the best states to find a job in, and one of the best states to live in. Although Minnesota's programs have overwhelmingly achieved their intended purposes, they're not immune from fraud. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. But let me be clear. In Minnesota, if you defraud public programs, if you steal taxpayer money, we'll find you, we'll prosecute you, we'll convict you.
And that's why you're here today.
And we'll throw you in jail. In this anti-fraud mission, we keep good company. Across the country, our nation's governors work hard every single day to combat fraud in their programs. But even as we confront issues similar to our sister states, the people of Minnesota have been singled out and targeted for political retribution at an unparalleled scale, including blocking Medicaid reimbursements to our state just last
Blocking traffic because we told our police officers to stand down.
week. Under the guise of combating fraud, the federal government has flooded Minnesota with masked, untrained, and unaccountable agents who are wreaking havoc in our communities. On the streets of Minnesota, federal agents have entered U.S. citizens' homes who have committed no crimes. They have violated the constitutional rights of our citizens. They have ignored court orders. They have shot first and asked questions later. Time and again, they have gaslit us by demanding that we ignore what we see before our very eyes. But the American people are not so easily fooled. The image of this brutal campaigner seared into our collective memory. The fragile innocence of the 5-year-old boy in a bunny hat being led away from his family.
And why was that? Why was that boy being led away from his family? Because his family ran the fuck away from him?
Maddening cruelty of a barely clothed man, a U.S. citizen, being dragged from his house in the dead of winter. The sheer devastation we feel of seeing the lifeless bodies of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Long after the federal government's agents of chaos pack up and leave, and long after the fraudsters whose name this hearing was supposedly called,
You mean you?
are prosecuted and imprisoned, the good
Please put this man in prison.
people of Minnesota will still be picking up the pieces from these senseless acts of cruelty and violence.
True.
As we forge ahead, I
Agreed.
hope Minnesotans will remain grounded in a sense of justice, a sense of right and wrong. We know that the way to deter crime is to pursue offenders regardless of who they are, not to pardon them because of who they know. We understand that a key to keeping our people safe is to allow prosecutors to uphold the law, not to punish them for refusing to violate it. And we appreciate that public trust comes from building common sense anti-fraud safeguards into our programs, not by tearing down established norms.
Kenneth, I will give you $100 right now but without Googling, you can tell me what Graham v. Connor is.
I've been invited here today to talk about how Minnesota pursues these objectives, and I hope we can have a conversation about how to strengthen program integrity in every state in the nation. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar we can't tolerate. That's why, as governor, I have taken decisive action. I appointed a head of program integrity to oversee statewide anti-fraud efforts. I created the position of Inspector General at the Minnesota Department of Education. At the Department of Human Services, I ordered data-driven reviews and, where appropriate, corrective action against providers. I've directed my administration to work with our partners in state, federal, and tribal law enforcement to make sure that fraudsters go to jail. Our cooperation with the FBI and the Department of Justice have led to serious criminal charges for over 75 individuals. Most importantly, year in and year out, and long before Minnesota programs were featured on right-wing social media, I've worked with the Minnesota legislature to give state agencies the authority they need to take action based on...
So you've been part of this. You've been part of this. Okay, so I mean, I wanted to give credit to Nick Shirley for pointing all this out, but he just admitted that it's long before that.
Flags when they discover them. There's undoubtedly more to do. We'll continue to do the important work of combating fraud, but as we do so, we're going to remain true to Minnesota principles. We will feed our hungry children. We will help the poor afford health care. We will assist people with disabilities while also keeping fraud in check. We'll demonstrate our decency, our integrity, and never yield to political scapegoating, particularly of our most vulnerable communities. In these extraordinarily trying times, the people of Minnesota have come together to show the world their values. I'm proud and honored to be their governor, and I look forward to today's questions.
I figured let's just let him finish and do the whole thing as just projection. Oh man, a lot of projection tonight. I think we're gonna get a little bit drunk.
Thank you, Governor. We now recognize Attorney General Ellison.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, and thank you, Ranking Member Garcia.
Graham v. Connor has nothing to do with the Good murder. This is exactly what you need to know about this person.
And thank you to all the members of the committee.
That's
My name
insane.
is Keith Ellison, and I have the honor of serving as Minnesota's Attorney General. You have invited me here today to speak about the topic I feel very strongly about, fraud enforcement. I look forward to discussing the contributions of my office and contributions we've made to fighting fraud in our state.
And that's why you got to read between the lines, because they say that, and he will define them in a vague way, but actions speak louder than words, baby. Yeah. Quality said the most fundamental of Minnesota principles.
Fraud in government programs is reprehensible. It takes food from the tables of the hungry. It takes
We
shelter
just
from
heard
those
this.
without it.
He
I
just
have
said
worked
all of this.
every day as Attorney General to hold fraudsters accountable, and I'm proud of our record. We've won 300 Medicaid fraud convictions, more than any other state of similar size, and recovered over $80 million for Minnesota taxpayers.
Okay, so maybe we should be looking into that too.
We've returned tens of millions of dollars to victims of consumer fraud in Minnesota. Since 2019, our Charities Division has resolved over 50 investigations and dissolved 17 sham nonprofits. It's important to note that under Minnesota law, my office has limited jurisdiction over criminal matters. The only kind of criminal case we can prosecute all on our own is Medicaid fraud. Any other kind of criminal case must be referred to us by county attorneys.
Hey, shout out to the Wrath of Reason in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Amazing channel. You guys should all go follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Kind of criminal case must be referred to us by county attorneys.
I mean, it was kind of bullshit, but I put myself in that position.
Still, we've punched above our weight where we do have criminal jurisdiction. I'm proud of that. Over the past 6 years, my Medicaid fraud control unit has ranked 5th in the nation in fraud convictions. Last week, I urged the state legislators.
I'm gonna skip past this guy. We don't really care about this guy. He's saying exactly the same shit. We'll see if it's Walz, this guy, the Attorney General, and some reverend. Let's hear a little bit from her. See what she's saying.
Up close, the fear and harm that Operation Metro Surge has inflicted on our state. The hearing today is about fraud in Minnesota, which is serving as a pretext for the terror the federal government has brought to the people of Minnesota. This fraud has been used as a rationale for deploying 3,000 federal immigration enforcement agents into our state in operations that target the most vulnerable among us, but are indiscriminately impacting all of us. Let me tell you about what this looks like where I live. In my church, members have been afraid to come to worship and have even postponed funerals. An elderly young man in our city, a U.S. citizen, was taken from his home in the freezing cold.
All right, well, real quick, I don't know exactly what happened, but we'll just say we no longer have a stream sponsor. I don't know if that'll, but yeah, we'll leave it there.
Wearing only his underwear and a blanket. ICE vehicles drive recklessly through our neighborhoods in packs of 4 to 6, stopping people of color for proof of citizenship, including a local police officer. In St. Paul Public Schools, where my 3 daughters attend, nearly a quarter of students enrolled in distance learning because families were too afraid to leave their homes. My 8-year-old struggles to sleep at night because she is afraid ICE agents might break into our house.
Why would you not dissuade her of that notion? Why would you let your kid think that? Are you retarded? Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
At local elementary schools in Minnesota and across the country,
thank you, Rev. Have a good one. Give them hell.
students are practicing drills for what to do if ICE is near their school. Let that sit with you. American children are now practicing 2 kinds of drills at school, one for an active shooter and one to protect themselves from their own government. That is not security. That is a nation failing its children.
Who told you that you needed to do that, though? Like, did you just start doing that and now you're complaining that you do that? What are we talking about? A shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Wait, oh, there we go. With the Rumble rant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much that I am the sponsor now. Very, very, very much appreciated. I don't know what happened. I don't want to get into it. I don't think there's anything weird. I'm sure it was just a glitch. But thank you so very, very much.
This is happening to all of our neighbors in Minnesota. Every Minnesotan has stories that will stay with you. From hearing of someone hiding in a walk-in cooler or the back room when ICE stormed into their workplace, to friends and family members being followed when dropping off their children at daycare. In Minnesota, we love our neighbors. We care for one another. And because we believe that every person bears the image of God, we've built systems that reflect that belief. Free meals for all children, healthcare for families who need it, schools where every kid belongs. That's what love of neighbor looks like in action.
All right, again, so that's who we're dealing with. Let's get to the actual questions.
Thank you. Without objection, Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota and Representative McCollum, also of Minnesota, are waived on to the committee for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's committee hearing. Without objection, so ordered.
Jason said, illegals invaded my country and Americans suffer. Bingo. Yup. We got Sam said, orale! Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also got Snowball. Very good to see you. A shout out to Equality. And Angry is back. Welcome, guys. Getting into it. Oh, don't let him.
I'd like to recognize Representative McCollum for a UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to, for the record, have a unanimous request put in with a statement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. We'll now begin our questions, and Chair recognizes the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, why didn't you tell the truth?
Ooh, coming out hot. He's just like, you lied. Why you always lying? Shout out to Jim Jordan. This man, where are we? This man is a gangster. We're in for a good night. I told you. I told you we in for a good night. Kind of said the Lord Jesus Christ would not be in favor of anything this administration is doing. Well, I'm a non-theist, so good thing I don't really give a shit about that. And Sean said, love how the Reverend got completely glossed over. It did not. I missed it because of the Rumble rant. But Equality did say female Reverend is an oxymoron. I missed it. We missed it. He did not. But yeah, glossed over protest organizers rating that's where I thought you were going. Let's try this again. Take two. Love how the Reverend completely glossed over protest organizers raiding a church and violating people's constitutional rights. That didn't happen. Don Lemon wasn't there. I don't even know what you mean, bro. Hey, shout out to Sam with the $5. Very, very, very much appreciated. No question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new co-sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated, guys. Let's hear that again in full.
So, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, why didn't you tell the truth? Why didn't you just tell the truth about the Feeding Our Future program? This program, my understanding, received $3 million the first year. Within a couple years was getting $200 million of taxpayer money. Whistleblowers raised concerns. As the chairman said, auditors raised concerns. Everybody raised concerns. March 30th, 2021, the payments are stopped. And a little over a month later, the payments are restarted. Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Well, Chairman, we did tell you, and Feeding Our Future grew because of the pandemic. And
I didn't ask that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously. It wouldn't stop the payments. Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
My understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated that. You said that, didn't you? You said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I think it is.
What?
Because the court did something that I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying. This is from the court. It says, Feeding Our Future versus Minnesota Department of Education, correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning.
Hey, Kenneth, you ever going to say anything about the fraud in Minnesota? Or are you just going to whataboutism this whole fucking thing? They're all politicians, bro. Nobody here has a clean slate. That's just not what we are doing today. That's just not what we are doing today. Lock in, honey.
Orders issued by the court. Here's what the judge says. Governor Tim Walz told the media that the Minnesota Department of Education attempted in payments to FOF because of possible fraud, but that Judge Guthman ordered payments to continue in April 2021. Next sentence. That is false. So you said something wasn't true. He further states this, Judge Guthman, the court says this, Judge Guthman never ordered the Department of Education to resume payments to Feeding Our Future in April 2021 or at any other time. So I want to know, why didn't you tell the truth?
Congressman, the attorneys at the Department of Education interpreted that differently. Both of those judges are no longer on the bench. And I think that interpretation. The very
first sentence, the first 7 words. This is not some unnamed source talking to the New York Times. This is not some anonymous source talking to whatever your Minnesota Star Tribune or whatever your paper is.
You started with this shit.
This is the court speaking.
Same. I am very unhappy about the Iran shit, but I'm going to wait to see where it goes before I cry about something that hasn't happened yet. I will happily voice my concerns as I have been, but so far, seems like we're all right. The guy who's doing a whole stream on fraud doesn't want to talk about fraud. Okay. Projection. I think you, sir. Very obviously are the one who does not want to talk about fraud.
Stupid.
Whatever your Minnesota Star Tribune or whatever your paper is, this is the court speaking. First sentence, first 7 words. Due to inaccurate statements by the governor, Ramsey County District Court judge has issued and authorized this following news release. That's pretty straightforward. So the court's lying?
I can't tell you, Congressman, but the
Well, somebody's
interpretation was-
lying. Somebody's lying. 'Cause you can't say the court ordered you to restart the payments, and then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying or the court's lying. And I'm just asking you, which one is it?
I just simply know what the attorneys at the agency believed it
So then you're saying the court's lying. Got
was
it.
a misinterpretation.
Could
And
it
I would
be-
note that those
Could it be
payments.
you were trying to hide behind the court, Governor? Could that maybe be the reason why you issued the statements you did and why the court had to do something you never see done before? They issue a press statement saying you're wrong. The governor is wrong. His statement is, their words, not mine, false.
Who do you think they're talking about? Who do you think they're talking about? I don't think you're smart enough for this one, honey.
Could that be the reason?
That was not the interpretation of the attorneys. And you know, court work, you can
That's not a no.
appeal those congressmen, as you well know. I'm sure
Is it
they're.
all about politics, Governor?
No, it's,
Yep.
it's about taking care of our people, which
Yeah, these
Minnesota does
programs
better
go
than
from
anyone
3
else.
million. The behavioral intervention program went from 3 million to 400 million in 5 years. The
I
housing
missed it. I was going to do a big is it though, but I missed it.
stabilization went from 2.6 million to 104 million. The integrated community supports went from 4.6 million to 170 million in 3 years. This is unbelievable what's happening, and you're trying to hide behind some pretend court order, some court order that didn't exist. Governor, who's Casey Magan?
I don't know who Casey Magan is.
Well, I'll tell you. Mr. Magan is a Somali American and a fraud investigator in the guy beside you's office, in the Attorney General's office. And here's what he said. There was a perception that forcefully tackling this issue might cause political backlash among the...
Yeah. Snowball said, do you think it's just two sides of the same clipped coin? Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody who doesn't think that this is the case is woefully misinformed or just stupid. That being said, that doesn't mean that one side isn't better than the other. That doesn't mean that one side is more in line with what we want our country to be. And if both parties are fucking up in terms of policy, well, then that's a wash. All we have is not eroding the culture that made this country so great. That's it. I think it's pretty simple. They're definitely both sides of the same coin. Nope. That's okay. Kenneth, you're done.
Here's what he said. There was a perception
You
that
guys could
forcefully
deal with
tackling this issue
Kenneth.
might cause political backlash among the Somali community, which is a core voting bloc. Did that have anything to do with this whole fraud scheme that went on in your state, Governor?
It did not, Congressman.
Did not. So you're saying Mr. Casey Magan is lying too?
I'm not.
You're the one
You're not saying that, so then you're the liar.
telling the truth in the whole state. Mr. Magan, who's a fraud investigator at the Attorney General's office, says it's politics. The court said
I couldn't speak for Mr. Magan. You asked me a question.
I know. I'm
I
asking.
said no when you asked me the question.
I'm saying Casey Magan said just the opposite.
don't know
So the
you.
court's wrong and Casey Magan's wrong. You're the only guy right. How many people have been indicted in your state right now? Do you know, Governor?
I don't have those numbers with me.
You don't? 98 people have been indicted. You happen to know how many are Somali American?
I don't. We don't.
Too many.
Investigate or prosecute people based on ethnicity, religion.
Neither do I. We shouldn't do that. But Mr. Magan is a Somali American who just said that the court.
That eye roll was for Tim, not for you.
One of the concerns was this is a core voting block. And I just want to know if you know how many of the 98 people who have been indicted in your state are Somali.
I don't. Their ethnicity is not my concern.
85% of the people indicted were Somali American in key voting block. And I think that's
Oh yeah, but it's totally racist if you talk about it. It's totally racist if you just identify a trend.
what drove this whole thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize the ranking member, it's my understanding, Mr. Biggs, you seek recognition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have some uses. Here you go. Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage. Next one. Biden's clemency and pardon list includes former elected officials. Next one. The drug dealers, thieves, and gang leaders granted clemency by Joe Biden. Next one. North Dakota judge blasts Biden for setting fraudsters free. Next one. Victims shocked after Biden grants clemency to kids for cash.
So again, if we want to play the whataboutism game, we will win that too. Why don't we just focus on the issue at hand? Were you involved in the fraud, Tampon Tim? It's all fraud all the way up and down. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but right now we're talking about Tampon Tim and the Somali fraudsters. Anything else you want to have a hearing about, I'm here for it. I haven't heard anyone else. I haven't heard anyone else on the right say that if this type of fraud has been going on in Minnesota, a lot of other people have been saying it's been going on in Ohio too. And if that's the case, then JD Vance should be in the exact same position. Oh, but you're in a call. You just love Daddy Trump. Bootlicker. Shut up.
Next one. Who has Joe Biden pardoned?
Without objection.
Everyone.
So ordered. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank, of course, our witnesses again for being here. Now, of course, over the past 2 months, countless brave Minnesotans have shared their stories of heartbreak and violence and terror, not just with us in this committee, but with folks across.
Good. Okay, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing, Kenna? There's a white woman who led the Somali fraud. She's already been arrested. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I think that's a good thing. Why? Because she was committing fraud, and so she should be arrested. Second question. If you're admitting that somebody led Somali fraud, should we not investigate and arrest the people involved in that fraud? Exactly.
Across the country, peaceful protesters are being shot in the streets. Children have been snatched from their schools. People dragged from their cars and tackled at work. And we know that parents, of course, have been missing work and children have been missing school. Now, Reverend Tollgaard, I want the country to really understand the effects on kids. Are you seeing families who can't go to work?
Here we go. The people who want to chop up the genitals of your children. Now we care about the children. Now we care about the children. First, we want to chop them up in the womb. Then, if we didn't get them there, wait till they pop them out. And as soon as they can speak and say she instead of he, oh my goodness, now we've got to mutilate this child. All right, let's bring it down a notch. I'm not going to last all night like this.
Can't go grocery shopping and who can't take their kids to school or the library or the park because they're terrified to leave their home. Are you seeing that?
Yes, that's what we are seeing in Minnesota.
And this includes, of course.
Right. Okay. So let's back this up, Kenneth. So you and I agree that it was a white woman who led the Somali fraud, and that it's a good thing that she has been arrested. So you and I agree there. So why then do you not want to blame what you just said was the Somali fraud? You said it. Somali fraud. Those are your words. Or if you're on there, those are your words. So we both agree that if people are committing fraud, they should be arrested. So now are you racializing this and you only want white people, or are you a misogynist and you only want the women arrested?
U.S. citizens, right? We're talking about also families, U.S. citizen families, and kids who are United States citizens. Is that correct?
Yes, people who are U.S. citizens and legal residents.
Well, thank you. I want to just show this image here. This is an image of some kids.
Who said that? Who said arrest every Somali person? It's almost like you have no fucking idea what people on this side of the issue actually want. So maybe slow your roll, chill out. You don't even gotta say anything. I promise you, I turned on all of this stuff because I wanted to talk about this. So I'm just going to tell you all of the things that I think. You don't have to try to jump ahead and guess wrong and look stupid. I promise you, if you disagree with, with the right, there'll be plenty of things that you can legitimately disagree with me about. But making up that I said, oh yeah, like, I'm not some white guy. All right, get the fuck out of here. I'm not some white guy. That's, oh yeah, like the brown guys, the black. Come on, that ain't gonna work with me. That ain't gonna work with me. You know for a fact that I did not say that. You know for a fact that I did not say that.
Including, by the way, one of Liam Ramos's classmates. These are kids that are being held at U.S. detention centers.
Okay, but so are you. So are you. What? Let's start it, because I have a feeling that this is gonna. Oh, wrong one. I have a feeling this is gonna come up over and over and over. You're calling it Somali fraud. You use those words. Why? Because it's mostly Somalians. It's not about, because you are Somali, you must be a fraudster. It's, oh, look at all this fraud going on. Most of the people, 85% of the people, happen to be of Somali ethnicity. What's the issue? If you saw a bunch of short dudes robbing a bank, and then robbed another bank, and then robbed another bank, and then robbed another bank, would you have an issue with saying that these short bank robbers? I'm like, well, not all short people. Yeah, no shit. Stupid.
one of Liam Ramos's classmates. These are kids that are being held at U.S. detention centers and detention facilities.
Where are their parents? Where are their parents? They should be with their parents.
Now, Reverend Tollgaard, when children hear about thousands of kids being detained, reportedly almost 4,000, that must be terrifying. Is that correct?
That is absolutely terrifying for children to hear these stories and to fear for that experience.
You know what else is scary? The tooth fairy. Some stranger coming into your room while you're sleeping. And so is it not your job as a parent to make sure that if your child has an unfounded terror that somebody's going to break into their home, especially if you're fucking white and here legally, maybe it's on you to be like, no, honey, sweetie, that of course is not what's happening. But I'm just going to let my child be traumatized and terrorized for political gain, I guess. I guess that's the liberals now.
And would you say that kids are scared at their school?
Kids are scared at their schools.
Parents are scared of what's going to happen to their children. Would you say that is correct
Yes,
also?
that is correct.
Well, thank you. Now we're discussing the violence and brutality that's happened. And I want to show another image that's kind of difficult, I think, to see, but I think it's important for the American public to continue to see it. Now, this is the driver's seat of Renee Good's car seat after an ICE agent shot her dead.
Why did he do that, though? Why would an ICE agent shoot someone dead? Surely she was not driving a fucking car at him, right?
Now, Reverend Tollgaard, are families in your community afraid that this sort of horrific image could happen to them next?
Yes.
But now you're getting into dogma, Sam. Now you're getting into dogma. Always let your mind be opened to be changed.
Are kids
not so open that it's going to fall out, but always
scared that this type of horrific image could happen to one of their parents?
Kids like my own, kids like the kids in my church are afraid that that could happen to their parents when they speak out.
And let's remember that an ICE agent specifically told a protester, have y'all not learned?
Yep, they are still pushing that false narrative. I guess we agree on that one again.
From the past couple of days, this is just 2 days after Renee Good was shot. That is being told to people on the ground in Minneapolis and across the country, across Minnesota, and it's not acceptable. We should be clear here. This violence does not make us safer. It does not address fraud, waste, and abuse.
Agreed, which is why you should not be out in the streets protesting the government that we specifically voted for to do what they're doing.
It doesn't help families with health care, does not grow or build small businesses, and it certainly, as we're continuing to discuss, is not preventing the kind of fraud that Republicans are discussing here today.
Then I don't know why you're discussing it here today. But point is, yeah, don't do that. First good message you got from Mr. Garcia. Don't be as stupid as Renee Good and think, or her girlfriend, why did you use real bullets? What the fuck did you think they were doing there? What the fuck did you think they were doing there? Do you think they were there for you to play around in the streets? Or were they on a mission to get a PDF who didn't belong in this country? And you decided, no, I'm just going to go and do whatever.
Stupid. Now, Governor,
they are turning the fraud. Yay! Hey, comment of the night, an early one. Yeah, right? Because you know what else is scary? Getting decapitated by MS-13. I would not like that.
can you walk us through specifically how Operation Metro Surge affected Minnesota's ability to investigate actual fraud?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Well, first of all, as I said, we've been partners with the federal, our federal partners, whether that be the FBI or be the U.S. Attorney's Office, which I will note was one of the premier U.S. Attorney's Office.
I agree that unfortunately he won't be held accountable. But after this, if anybody has any respect for this guy, I can't see it. I can't see it.
Our federal partners, whether that be the FBI or be the U.S. Attorney's Office, which I will note was one of the premier U.S. Attorney's Office, regardless of who they were appointed by. Right now, those lead investigators and basically that whole team has left that office. They've not been filled back in. The U.S. Attorney himself was in front of a federal judge yesterday on contempt issues of that office not working together. Now, look, we're going to prosecute, as we have, every single person that's involved in fraud, but we can't do it alone. The Attorney General.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, whoa. We have a mind reader? I'm sorry. I apologize. What was it? What was she trying to do as your telepathic thing? And what do the tires have to do with the vehicle? Oh, that's right. You forget that Graham v. Connor. I literally was going to give you $100, but you're too fucking stupid. You easily could have Googled it And you're just too dumb. Like I said, you are too dumb for this conversation. The wheels have nothing to do with anything, according to Graham v. Connor.
Office is doing everything they can. He has consistently come and asked the legislature for more money, more of the investigators he needs. But right now is the backlog at the U.S. Attorney's Office is being challenged by the federal courts. It makes it more difficult for us to get those cases over to them. But the good news is the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is continuing to do those. We got a conviction this week. Those are things that'll continue on. And while we need to put in all the safeguards, we need to, as you heard the Attorney General's opening statement, if we partner together in this, our chance of defeating this fraud is that much higher. But right now, it's stymied. There's no investigators over there. There's no New York.
Not everybody believes that, so I appreciate it.
Attorneys, the FBI has been decimated, and it's very difficult.
And that right there, the American public needs to hear. I mean, it's completely outrageous what's happened to those that are actually trying to take on fraud in Minnesota and across the country. Those offices have been decimated, and there's no support. Not acceptable. And
ooh, our first poll, guys. If you are on the vertical stream, remember, and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, remember, I will always have the link to the landscape stream in the description, and whichever one you like is better for you. But we have better polls on the landscape stream. So I think, as New Dodge is saying, this man was almost your vice president. Which would have been worse? Obviously, both would have been happening, but which would have been a worse thing? That Kamala was the president? Or that he was the VP? I feel like I know what you guys are going to say, but come on over to Landscape and putting that poll up right now.
Those offices have been decimated, and there's no support. Not acceptable. And Governor, finally, there appears to be actually no evidence that ICE and DHS reign of terror in Minnesota that continues has actually prevented any fraud. Is that your assessment, sir?
That's correct. What you saw on the streets didn't do anything to it. And we've actively asked, if you have folks who can help us, if you have folks who are good at the forensics, if they can help us do this, we want you there, as we have for the last 7 years that I've been governor. We partnered together and convicted people.
Thank you. And with that,
shout out to Jason with the $2 make you holler. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. That's what, where are we at? 3 out of 15 donations of any amount or a total of $75. And not only does Morty get an extra special treat, but I'll have to do a push-up. These puny arms for every $2 that we get. So thank you so very, very much, sir. People are having trouble. Quality said, vis-a-vis the poll, Kamala as president, far worse. I'll let you guys answer a little bit more because we are kind of split. I'll let you guys. I want to hold my opinion. I want to see what you guys are saying, but they're both bad, obviously.
We have for the last 7 years that I've been governor. We partnered together and convicted people.
Thank you. And with that, I also
again, I'm not obviously they would have been together, but the which would have been the worse effect on America.
So just for the record, I want to introduce our report as well. Today, the Democratic staff released it as well as far as relates to this hearing and Operation Metro Surge. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes our Majority Whip, Representative Emmer from Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. And actually, thank you.
All right, let's go. Now back to the real questions.
And Attorney General Ellison for appearing before the committee today. Gentlemen, let's see if we can agree on at least one thing today. Today's hearing is titled Oversight of Fraud and Misuse of Federal Funds in Minnesota. Can we agree that this fraud is a serious thing, Governor Walz? Yes or no? Can we agree on that?
Yes, any fraud.
All right, so fine. We finally have a point of agreement about that fraud is bad. It took us 41 minutes of their thing to even establish that Tim Walz doesn't like fraud. So he says.
Thank you. Because it's interesting that you and I agree that it's a serious thing, considering the man sitting next to you, your Attorney General Keith Ellison, just 2 months ago said, quote, "This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing," end quote. Attorney General Ellison, is there an organized crime ring operating in Minnesota?
Yes.
I'll answer for you, sir. Governor Walz believes there is an active crime ring in our state. In October, the governor said, quote, "We've got an organized crime ring in Minnesota. I think it's been going on for years." Moving on, Mr. Ellison.
Years. And shout out to Sam again. Oh man, we might run out. Remember we just filmed, and that's how generous you guys are. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much again. A treat for the Overlord. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you so very, very much. Let's grab a couple of these before we dive back in. Mantron said, fraud is bad, but people getting arrested for it is worse. The Democrat establishment, right? The Democrat playbook at this point. Just in the chat wants to distract me from even hearing about fraud. Nope. Anything to slide you to the next thing. Oh my goodness. Again. Shout out to New Dodge again with a $2 make you holla. Said, yes, officer. This is a bribe. We take bribes over here. We take bribes over here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Another benefit to being over on Landscape is you can see Morty all in his glory. You guys on Vertical can't see what I'm doing, but I'm pointing to the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Yeah, right. People getting arrested is actually racist. Insane. All right. And homophobic. Yep. All right. I'm back in.
Organized crime ring in Minnesota. I think it's been going on for years. Moving on, Mr. Ellison, I, along with millions of Americans, have grave concerns over your alleged relationships with Somali fraudsters who have since been charged and convicted of federal crimes. I'm sure you are aware that over 90% of the defendants charged in the Feeding Our Future fraud case are of Somali descent. In fact, you have personal knowledge of these people. There's a 54-minute audio tape of your meeting with these criminals in December of 2021. And during your meeting, they complained to you about increased scrutiny of their nonprofits, and you told them, quote, "Of course I'm here to help," end quote. It's on the internet. Anyone can listen to you say that. Since then, you claim you were not aware of their crimes in the $250 million Feeding Our Future scheme, the largest pandemic fraud case in the nation. But just weeks after your December 2021 meeting, the FBI executed search warrants that you never would have requested in the Feeding Our Future fraud investigation. Now let's fast forward to September of 2022. 10 months after you met with the Somali fraudsters.
There we go. Banner fix, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Back that up one second.
Now let's fast forward to September of 2022. 10 months after you met with the Somali fraudsters. Your office issued a press release stating, quote, "Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years in holding Feeding Our Future accountable," end quote. So according to your office, sir, you have been deeply involved in the Feeding Our Future case since September of 2020. That actually sounds like you are saying that at the time of your infamous meeting with the Somali fraudsters, you were already aware of the allegations of fraud.
No.
When you had this meeting in December 2021, did you know, sir, about the long-running FBI investigation into Feeding Our Future? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Couldn't be.
Representative.
So that's not a no. That's not a no. Because if it was, then you'd be like, no, and then explain. So you're lying.
Reclaiming my time.
Or you're just going to say yes and implicate yourself. And yeah, I said, holy fucking shit, I just agreed with Tim up in them walls. That fraud is bad. That's probably as far as we're going to get. That's probably as far as you're going to get. And you guys definitely said that Kamala as president would be worse. And I the only thing that makes me question that is I think that Kamala, she is so brainless that I think in the same way that Biden was not there was other more, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying they're good people or doing what we want, but at least they knew what the fuck was going on. And they were, chugging this whole thing along. Imagine if Joe Biden actually was running the country. I don't know if that would be good. But then what happens? I guess this is kind of going outside of the poll, because what I was thinking is that I should have put it the other way around. I should have put who would have been worse as president, Tim or Kamala. Yeah, let's do that. Don't say anything. We're gonna pull that all back. Because, I'll say it after. All right. Let's grab a couple of these chats. And then we'll dive back in. Jason said, Renee Good is dead now and not for a noble cause, in my opinion. Ken, I'm going to ignore you now. Yep. That's, we tried, right? We tried. Angry said, I can't wait to see how much he got paid from the fraud, maybe in 15 years. I mean, I wouldn't be that, like, this man is not going behind bars or anything. But I don't know. This might go a little bit further than we expect. Leftist phobic, commie phobic. There you go. Yeah. So that's why I was thinking something else. I'm gonna redo it with a better question. That because what I was thinking is kind of outside the realm of what the poll was asking. So I'm just gonna redo it. Obama would run a Kamala presidency. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I'm going. All right, I'm stepping on my. So let's dive back in. We're gonna redo the poll.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Emmer.
Reclaiming my time. When did you personally become aware of the FBI investigation? That's all I'm asking.
Representative Emmer, as you know, I have addressed this issue many times.
All right, reclaiming my time. In that same meeting with the fraudsters, Mr. Attorney General, you took aim at the Minnesota Department of Education. You stated that the Minnesota Department of Education had fought the nonprofit in very disgusting ways, in a very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic manner. You actually asked for the names of all these folks who are just hung up and offered to call the Minnesota Department of Education to, quote, demand some explanations.
All right, so real quick, I changed the poll. The new poll is who would be worse as POTUS, Kamala or Tim Walz? Because what I was thinking is, what if Kamala gets taken out and then Tim is the president? But I was like, okay, that's not really what I asked in the poll. So, new poll. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cup in the building. Welcome. So we deport leftist retards with illegal immigrants? No. That's un-American. We need our retards. For some reason. I don't know.
We now know that when you made these comments, the Biden DOJ was working with the Minnesota Department of Education and that their work exposed a massive fraud ring. Pretty bad look for you, sir. Either you were oblivious to what was going on under your nose, or worse, you were trying to obstruct the work of the Minnesota Department of Education. So I can see the time is getting short. Mr. Chairman, we are left with two questions. One, what did Governor Walz and Keith Ellison know about the fraud? And two, when did they actually know it?
Just that skin, the acne. I just can't.
I would suggest.
I was when she was running as a Democrat. That's who I wanted to win. Fortunately, we all know what happened there, but that's why I wanted to win.
Suggest that if they do not give direct and truthful answers to both these questions at this hearing, then they both need to be put under oath in a deposition. This is a serious thing, Mr. Attorney General. You are the only one who thinks protecting taxpayer dollars is political. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Why do people send me things to do? Like, everybody knows me. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when I do my show. Everybody's like, oh, come do this and come do that and come do that and come do that. Right? The reason to stop by and and knows that, we're doing the show. He's going over to do verbal combat. And he's like, oh, bro, you should do this. This is what we do. All right, this is what we do. When we got a good debate, we take a good debate. But this is us. This is our conversation. No shade to anybody doing debates, hosting debates, or anything like that. But don't just randomly ask me day of to do debates. Exactly. And I mean, oof.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is critical that the federal government.
She said she's running.
Support people who need assistance with food, housing, and health care. Unfortunately, as long as the government provides these services, there will be bad actors trying to take advantage of them. We need to prevent and identify.
No, that's how you become like one of these kick streamers, and you lose sight of what real life is. Don't forget, I also do work a full-time job, guys.
Trying to take advantage of them. We need to prevent and identify these fraudsters so that social services can reach those who need them. However, we cannot recklessly deny help to many people who need services because of a few bad actors. My Republican colleagues have now held 2 hearings to talk about fraud in one single state,
Quality.
but they have completely ignored the fact that the Trump administration is the most corrupt administration in history.
Trump bad.
If Republicans really cared about fraud, abuse, and holding criminals accountable, they would call them
Judy.
out. Donald Trump for firing 17 inspectors general.
Well, hey guys, if you do want that 24/7 Indian Jesus show, don't forget that all of the replays are in playlists. We have the Indian Jesus 2016 one, so New Year's, that's when it's going to be fun. But we have the culture playlist, the politics playlist, the religious playlist, the debates playlist, the debate breakdowns playlist, Lutch's other appearances from when I've been on other places. Go check that out. When I'm not live, you can watch all of that stuff. Here we go.
For firing 17
No, they're saying, well, hey guys, I know that we're here to hold Tim Walz accountable for potential fraud in Minnesota. But like, shouldn't all fraud be bad? That's like Tim Walz being on trial for murder. I mean, like, well, yeah, but Ted Bundy also murdered. Okay. This is what we call a non-sequitur. Non-sequitur has nothing to do with what we are talking about. In order to hold all fraudsters accountable, what would be the, lucky for you, check the special guest playlist, because that has already happened. I gotta bring him back. That has already happened. Do I still have it here? No, I switched it out for just because these are easier. But I used to have the Ian Crossland thumbnail, as well as the Peter Boghossian from either of them have been here. So again, guys, check out the past while I say that we are very, very, very much closer to the beginning than we are to the end. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been a lot of shit going down already. That's what I'm telling you. Check out the playlist. I should do better with sharing those more often, but no, it's not, because Bundy did get busted, but Trump and others have gotten away. Okay, so fine. Then I was just kind of throwing out a name, but since you're too stupid to understand, that's like saying, no, the other guy also murdered somebody. Does that change anything about what I said, Kenneth? Is that a reasonable defense in court? To say other people are murdering and they didn't get caught?
stupid.
You're going to wear out my stupid button.
Donald Trump for firing 17 inspectors general.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
These internal watchdogs are the front line of rooting out.
Oh my God, we are already at 1.25.
Waste, fraud, and abuse of federal
This is
agencies.
1.5.
Administration has also retaliated against whistleblowers, and allowed administration officials
Well, the dentures fell out for a
to
second.
engage in serious conflicts of interest that often cross the line into outright corruption. We need inspectors general, whistleblower protections, and rules prohibiting conflicts of interest to protect federal programs and make sure that people can get the services they need. Across the country, Americans are struggling to afford their health care, premiums, and groceries. The Trump administration should be strengthening the social safety net, not cutting the safeguards that catch the fraudsters taking advantage of it.
This is precisely why the Democrats are going to have a huge blue wave in the midterms and then crash and burn in the general election. They don't have anything. They don't have anything to stand on. Every single thing just comes back to Orange Man Bad. It started out kind of as like a funny meme, but like now it's just pathetic. You have nothing else? Nothing else? Insane. And guys, we are tied at 50-50. Who would be a worse president? Kamala or Tim Walz?
I yield back.
Till lady yields back, I'll now
Thanks.
recognize myself for 5 minutes. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison. My questions are going to be simple and direct. Governor Walz, you were inaugurated as governor on January 17th, 2019,
Yeah, right? What?
and have served in that role through 2 terms ever since, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
During the time period 2019 and 2020, while you were serving as governor, isn't it true that state auditors and officials raised concerns about fraud and vulnerabilities in programs
They all fucking speak at different. Hold on.
overseen by your administration?
I can't confirm that, but I'm assuming we have always ongoing
I'll
OLA.
take that as a yes. Those warnings were communicated to senior officials in your administration, including yourself, correct?
I can't speak if it was directly.
I think the correct answer to that would also be yes. Despite those warnings, you did not order a broad stop payment or suspension of payment in any program at that time, correct?
No, why would I do that?
We're not going to stop payments of feed children until we have.
That's the point, Timmy. It's not feeding children. It's going into the pockets of the fraudsters.
Stupid. Time, correct?
We're not going to stop payments of feed children until we have the proof that things happen. In 2019, we did start taking action. I went to the legislature.
Okay.
Nobody
when fraud concerns
cares.
were raised early in your tenure in the Child Care Assistance Program, did your administration stop payments at that time?
The Child Care Assistance Program and
The answer is no. When fraud concerns were
Would
raised,
you like me to answer or not, Chairman?
We would, but you're not.
it's yes or
I'm
no.
trying- I want you to help.
You've already answered the question. You said you didn't ever stop payments, and that's what the problem is, and that's what the Democrats are complaining about. Oh my gosh, Trump stopped payments. Well, my God, you lost billions to fraud in Minnesota. That's what this hearing's
Mr.
about.
Chairman.
But money printer go burr. Money printer go burr.
You didn't stop payments because you didn't want to rock the boat. And when fraud
Well, I mean, he was going to be VP. We can't have that kind of scandal.
That's not
concerns were
correct,
raised,
Chairman.
Can you imagine? He thought, 8 months ago, whatever the fucking timeline is. He thought, yo, I could be I could be in the White House. And now he's sitting in front of the House committee, the Oversight Committee, getting grilled. And it's amazing. I love it. It's hard to feed. It's hard feeding all of those fake and invisible children. These children don't even know how to live without their food.
when fraud concerns were raised in Medicaid, home and community-based services, did your administration stop payments? No, you did not. When fraud concerns were raised in non-emergency medical transportation, did your administration stop payments?
Chairman, if I could mention what a stop payment meant by what the administration did last week is 400,000 children without health care. Are you stopping
But the children aren't there. That's the problem.
payment if one person?
We believe that's your fault and the Attorney General's fault because you do nothing about fraud, even though everyone in America sees
Our Medicare
with their
error
own
rate is
eyes
lower than your
the
state.
fraud. You have been defrauded. You have not been good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And the Democrat position is, well, keep the money flowing. The American taxpayers have had enough.
I think that's
They've
a fair
had enough. They
uncharacterization.
want their taxpayer dollars spent wisely.
Yes, we want our tax dollars spent wisely. How dare we? How dare we? Shout out to Dylan and Sue. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Yeah, you know, because we saw what was going on and you have an agenda to push, and you think that because you have an agenda that everybody else has an agenda. That's what we call projection. You think it's fake because you're stupid and you listen to the wrong people. Oh, they say it's stupid. Did you look? Did you look at any of it? Why the fuck? Then why the fuck is Tim Walz sitting in this fucking room right now? Why is he there? Actually, let's get a screenshot for Kenneth. You deserve a screenshot for being this fucking stupid. Oh man, that's gonna be a good one. I can't wait to forget that you exist, and then when we look at this on New Year's, we're like, "Oh yeah, I remember this retard." Oh man,
Have had enough.
I think that's a
They've
fair
had enough. They
uncharacterization.
want their taxpayer dollars spent wisely. We all support social
That's
programs
not a fair
for the vulnerable.
characterization.
But if you're going to waste the money to fraudsters, then we have to stop and recalculate.
We're not. We're putting them in jail when we can, Chairman. And some of these programs are crafted in such a way that there's a procedure to follow. And I'm with you. $1 is too much. I don't think there's a lot of difference here if you want to help us get at this. The question is it a sledgehammer? Is it a scalpel? I understand there's no political upside.
Let's get.
I see what he's doing, but here on this show, I'm not. As much as we care about what's going on, it's more important that we have a discussion about what we're watching versus us watching the whole video. Which, if you would like to see it in full without my commentary, then the link is in the description. I think it's much more important to make an example out of people like Kenneth than anything that's going to happen here, because as established, it's very, 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 very unlikely that we're actually going to get any kind of justice here. New Dodge said if they had government hospitals, they could offer cheaper and free healthcare, but no, they want to use insurance and private practices. That's a whole can of worms. I will say that as much as I know that universal healthcare is not the way to go, because just look at Canada, I don't have anything strong there. So I'll let you guys take care of that one. Lomo said everyone who wants free healthcare should ask a veteran how much fun they have at VA hospitals. Yeah. I think that the idea is that the notion is to make it better than how that works, but that's always the plan, isn't it? No, you don't know what you're talking about, okay? I am the science.
Get into what we've talked. You eventually did pause payments in certain programs, but that wasn't until late 2025 after the federal government stepped in. Is that correct?
I don't think that's a fair characterization of stepped in. We've been partners in this and working on them, but
let's move on. And that decision occurred only after large-scale fraud had already taken place for years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Governor Walz, employees inside state agencies raised concerns about fraud and improper payments for years. Is that correct?
inside agencies, we've been prosecuting them for years. Yes.
But they have raised concern. Agencies have raised concern about fraud in Minnesota, correct?
Each of those, yes, when they do and they're prosecuted.
Some
Yes.
of those employees faced retaliation after raising those concerns.
Yes, Kenneth. We're not cult members. That's what we've been trying to tell you. You just play a team sport, so you're just blue no matter who. We actually care about reality.
Is that correct?
That is not correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Minnesota has strong whistleblower protections.
Attorney General Ellison, you are the chief legal officer of the state of Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
Your office
Hold
advises
on a minute. Hold on a minute. We have 2 veteran amputees in the chat. Shout out. One leg between the 2 of you. Thank you so very, very much for your service.
agencies on compliance with federal and state law, correct?
Yes,
Retaliation against whistleblowers reporting fraud is unlawful, correct?
that is right.
At any point during your tenure, did you tell state agencies to stop payments due to credible fraud allegations? Yes or no?
Sir, we
Silence.
prosecuted over 300 people in the Medicaid fraud area. We
300, I
convicted
would
them.
predict is a drop in the bucket. But you've never said to stop payments. That's what.
It's one of the highest rates in the country, sir.
Well, you have one of the highest fraud rates in the country in
Yeah.
Minnesota.
That's not true. In my office
Isn't it though? Isn't it though? Of course it is.
doesn't have the authority to do a stop payment. We prosecute criminals when they're presented us by the agency.
So the answer is no. Unfortunately, no one's ever from your office said to stop payments until we can get the fraud under control. So to summarize, you both knew about fraud, risk, and payments continued. Our investigation has shown that whistleblowers who were alerted about the widespread fraud were ignored, sidelined, and even retaliated against.
Did Angry leave? Oh, Angry, if you're here, let
Only
us
after federal
know.
authorities ultimately stepped in did you take any action. It's not this committee's responsibility to decide guilt or dole out punishment, but it's clear there was a massive failure of oversight and, quite frankly, a failure of leadership. One wonders whether either of you should bear some personal responsibility for the billions of dollars siphoned off by fraudsters under your noses in the state that you led. Again, this isn't for the committee to decide, but based on your answers today and apparent failure to take any responsibility, still the answer to that question has become abundantly clear. And now
They claim to be independents because they know how fucking pathetic it is to be liberal. The same reason why I no longer call myself an atheist, because it's fucking cringe. Anybody who calls themselves an atheist tends to be cringe, so I don't want that baggage. The same reason that a lot of women no longer call themselves feminists. Just doing the same thing. I'm an independent. Are you though? Are you though? Let's take a political compass test. You're going to be right in the center, right?
I
Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to enter items into the record.
All right, before I recognize Mr. Lynch, Ms. Randall, you have a UC?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a November 12th, 2025 article from ProPublica entitled How Trump Has Exploited Pardons and Clemency to Reward Allies and Supporters, which shows President Trump rewards those in his good graces. I also seek recognition to enter into the record a Washington Post article from December 19th, 2025 entitled Trump's Pardons Wipe Out Payments to Defrauded Victims, which shows that President Trump lets criminals and fraudsters walk free. And I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from May 29th, 2025 from ABC News titled Trump's Flurry of Pardons Include Some to
Without
Campaign
objection, so ordered.
Contributors.
And Miss Presley, we'll do one at a time.
Trump
We'll go to Mr. Lynch, then I'll recognize you. Mr. Lynch
So we already got the preview from her. Trump bad.
from Massachusetts.
Nothing about fraud in Minnesota. Just Trump bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, good to see you, my friend. Attorney General Ellison, good to see you again. Reverend, thank you for your willingness to testify before the committee. I want to shift gears here a minute, and I want to focus on ICE. So I was recently asked to serve as the co-chair of the 5 for 26 soccer tournament. It's a global tournament, the largest sporting event in the world.
So Kenneth asked Jason, thank you for your service. And did you keep your assistants? The big, beautiful bill cut many vets off of assistance. And Jason said, Kenneth, they only cut the bullshit money. Fuck some vets. A lot of vets find loopholes, bro. Trust me, we're taken care of. I'm just reading. I don't have the balls to ever sign up for shit like that. So that's all at you guys.
I was recently asked to serve as the co-chair of the 5 for 26 soccer tournament. It's a global tournament, the largest sporting event in the world. And my home city of Boston has been asked to host a lot of the games. In Boston, we'll host teams from Morocco, Ghana, Bolivia, Iraq, Scotland, France, England, and Suriname. We'll also
oh, wait, I missed it. I didn't fully read it. Oh, my God. I didn't fully read it. Projection. You do know there are many different people's views. Yeah, that's maybe why you shouldn't just assume that everybody who's a Trump supporter thinks exactly the same. Stupid. Projection.
England and Suriname. We'll also
Scotland.
Over 3 million foreign national visitors who are coming into Boston for these tournaments. And we recently learned from the Trump administration that ICE will play a key role in the security operations during those games.
Good.
So we've got all these people flying in, foreign nationals, a lot of different countries, South America and elsewhere. Governor, since you've had direct and relevant experience on dealing with the Metro surge and the security operations of ICE, I was interested in getting your thoughts and your observations and any recommendations you might have to help us with confronting our experience or what we expect to see during these games with ICE coming in, as well as so many foreign visitors.
Well, as I think the world saw, and don't take my word for it, take professional law enforcement across Minnesota and across the country, the most unprofessional, aggressive force that I think you could imagine. And I was here in front of this committee and answered all your questions on June 12th. And I warned this committee what a masked group of folks turned loose in an American city could
Who, Antifa?
do. And I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, I said someone could get killed doing this. And I just want to be very clear about this. When Tom Homan had to come in to clean up the mess of Secretary Noem and Greg Bovino, Secretary Homan himself acknowledged Minnesota follows the law, exactly as I told you in this committee. So my advice to you, Mr. Lynch, is to get very public upfront commitments from these folks. While I disagree with Mr. Holman's views on many things, he's at least professional enough that he pulled the leash back and pulled these folks out of Minnesota after, again, misrepresenting the number of people they were detaining, misrepresenting before he got there exactly what Minnesota did. And
What did Minnesota do before he got there? Tell the local law enforcement to stand down and make all this propaganda so that people went out into the streets and got themselves killed, thinking that that a federal agency was using, what, paper bullets? Good job. Good job.
I'm just going to name it on accountability. The Secretary of DHS.
God damn it. That was supposed to be a laugh. Accountability. Yeah. Okay, bro.
Name it on accountability. The Secretary of DHS being chastised by Republican senators, added insult to injury to Minnesota, pouring salt in the wounds of the parents of Alex Preddy and Renee Good's family by not even apologizing or acknowledging. And if you want accountability,
I'm sorry you made me kill you. I'm sorry you made me kill you.
for the one of the times, as far as I know, the attorneys know better, we are not being included in the investigation. And the actions that were taken of a gentleman who was shot in the leg was the night that Kristi Noem called me a domestic terrorist and said that this gentleman was attacking federal agents. Well, now we know the story. They lied. They are now under investigation, they being the federal agents. So look.
Okay, good. Good. Now what? If people are doing things they're not supposed to be doing, there should be consequences. Nobody's arguing that. What we're arguing is whether or not you, Tim Walz, are one of those people.
I'm with you. I want your help on fraud. Why would I not want money to go to the programs I care deeply about feeding?
Because they would go into your fucking pocket and make you rich? Obviously. And why would I is the worst defense of anything. Why would I even do that? No innocent person has ever said that. No innocent person has ever said that. I got a guilty pleasure. One of these days, you guys are going to learn that TikTok is better. But I have a guilty pleasure on TikTok of these To Catch a Cheater, like the Jubal Show, and they'll call and they'll pretend they're from the local like ShopRite or whatever, and be like, "Oh, you won free flowers. Who do you want to send them to?" And the girlfriend calls in to set this up, and then the boyfriend's like, some other girl that's not my girlfriend." He doesn't actually say that, but like, say the girlfriend's name is Susie. He's like, "I'm going to sell him to Sally." And then Susie's like, "What the fuck? No. It's guilty pleasure. Never, ever is there somebody who was not cheating who utters the words, "Why would I?" No innocent person has ever made the defense, "Why would I?"
Want your help on fraud. Why would I not want money to go to the programs I care deeply about, feeding people, clothing people, housing people?
And again, the very obvious answer, because it goes into your pocket instead.
But what ICE did disrupted everything that we were doing. It disrupted our federal partners, and it forced our law enforcement agencies, who have worked hard to gain the public trust, to have the public believe in them.
Yeah, Fetterman was based the other night. I don't know where it was from. I'll take a look and see if I can find the clip. But somebody was, I don't even remember what it was, but they were asking something about Iran, and he just gave it wasn't even like a based answer. It was just like a regular person answer. And the TV host like locked up. I'm gonna see if I can find that.
Agencies who have worked hard to gain the public trust, to have the public believe in them. So my advice to you is, and especially when the world's coming to see this, let Boston's finest lead. Let the people of Massachusetts lead. Let the 10th Amendment stand for something.
Oh, I thought he was going to say let the proper people of Minnesota lead. That's what we wanted, and you told them to stand down. And now 2 people are dead, and it's your fucking fault.
And allow us to be able to do this. The people of Minnesota will hold us accountable if they don't feel we're doing a good enough job. But to demonize and retribution against a state, in the words of the president, in the words of the vice president, have done nothing. So, Mr. Lynch, the world should be looking forward to coming, but I would get it up front, and I would make sure that Boston's police department are in the lead.
Thank you. Attorney General Ellison, we need coordination between law enforcement agencies. This is a big job. What are your views on that?
I think I found it. We'll back that up.
Military action in the president saying he's now considering taking military action inside Iran. Do you want the U.S. to get involved like that?
Sure, absolutely. And now if it continues to make more sense, absolutely. I think I was the only Democrat that fully supported our strike of their Iranian nuclear facilities last year. And now by then, without those kinds of strikes, Iran could have acquired a nuclear bomb. I hope we can all agree that Iran should have never acquired a nuclear bomb. And Iran is one of the world's top terrorists on writer. And
she's like, uh-oh.
Now you have that
I didn't expect to go this way.
Spiral. So why wouldn't we want to support that? And those those brave protesters. They've killed probably more than 600 by now.
There's someone yelling in her ear right now. Get him off this topic right now.
So now, why would we want to have the kinds of targeted kinds of action that could break that regime?
There are sources do tell CNN that there are concerns inside the Trump administration, though, that taking military action, military strikes, could actually backfire and undermine the protests by swelling support for the Iranian government. Do you see that?
Yeah, if it makes sense. Again, if those strikes make sense, absolutely, I do support those things. You know, I don't know exactly what the conversation is. I'm saying I'm open to that, and I am actually inspired by the real kinds of courage that those protesters in Iran are demonstrated now. So I don't know why we can't all want to support that, to back them and now bring that awful regime, to its knees. No, that's where it's at right now. They're so desperate now. They killed the internet, and now they're mowing down their own citizens. Now they're even so desperate, offering $6 a month as some kind of a payoff now too. Now for me, I think we can all agree that the world would be better, safer, and more just if you could break that regime.
And again, not super based, and I don't even fully agree that that's the place that I'm coming from is the Iranian people, as much as I'm happy that they are happy. Someone pointed out that really kind of pulled the wind out of my sails, that if Trump got assassinated, there would be people dancing in the streets here. So, America is my problem. China is my problem. So if that's our reasons, then okay. But just liberating the people, I'm glad they're liberated, but not my fucking job. Not my fucking job. New Dodge said the strikes happen so fast, they literally don't know who to surrender to now. Yep. Yep. All right, let's back this up a little bit.
Department are in the lead.
Thank you, Attorney General Ellison. We need coordination between law enforcement agencies. It's a big job. What are your views on that likelihood of cooperation from ICE?
Well, I hope.
And I mean, that's not a high bar, but
you get the cooperation that you need.
Actually, no. I'm going to go. Ooh, that's our next poll. Our next poll. Who is. Yeah, well, okay. So I'm going to ask who's the better Democrat. So answer out of the two. And then if you think there's somebody better on the Democrat side, let me know after the poll ends. Just let me know in the chat.
Cooperation from ICE.
Well, I hope you get the cooperation that you need. In Minnesota, we don't have a good record of cooperation, which is interesting because so many times in the past, we have had great cooperation between local federal enforcers and local state ones, and we've just worked seamlessly. Nowadays, that has all changed, and that's quite unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Thank you for the courtesy.
Gentlemen, yield.
All right. The poll is up. Who's a better Democrat? I don't know if I spelled his name wrong. Sorry, fellow Indian-looking dude. I don't even know if he's Indian. Ro Khanna or Fetterman. Ro Khanna and Massey. I would vote for that ticket.
Back, Ms. Presley.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 2026 letter from 200 state lawmakers urging Congress to exercise its oversight authority and demand the administration immediately restore full child care funding that it had frozen for 5 states.
Without objection, ordered. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr.
We got one for each.
Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here. Governor, you've reminded people that you were here last June. At that time, I reminded you that the Feeding Our Future scam made Minnesota ground zero for the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. $250 million in federal taxpayer funds were taken out of the mouths of hungry children. And as the FBI noted, they were, quote, funneled into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled. You assured me then that you wholeheartedly supported the federal government's effort to bring those responsible to justice. I appreciate your sentiment, but a person's actions matter more than their words. Governor Walz, when did you first become aware of the fraud in Feeding Our Future?
That's a pretty clear question. When did you become aware? I guarantee you he's not going to give a straight answer.
A specific date, please.
Hey, there we go. Shout out to Miss Fox. Shout out to Miss Fox. A specific date, please. Dilly fucking dilly to Miss Fox.
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you. And having served in your job for 12 years, I can tell you my job is a little different as governor for 7 years. I take a lot of meetings.
So the date, though?
I certainly don't wouldn't specifically state, but I think during that pandemic, I think by late 2020, we started to see the irregularities. They were flagged, and I will know.
So 5 years before anybody says anything.
But
we
the
cooperated.
state officials,
Or, I mean, sorry, 5 years before we all, you know what I mean, with the Nick Shirley.
state officials were aware of the fraud in early 2020.
So you're asking when I, in my office, the
Yes.
governor became good, and I don't have a specific date.
Okay.
But what I would say is,
You probably should, though. You probably should, because fine. Let's say that you personally, Tim Walz, did not defraud anybody. Like I said, I'm willing to hear what's going on. I'm willing to listen to the hearing. But at a certain point, you are the governor. The buck stops with you. And so if that was found out in 2020, late 2021, whatever, it's your responsibility to fix that shit. So already from here, I don't even understand how you can say anything that doesn't implicate you in knowing about the fraud. If you knew about it in 2020, and then
in my office, the
Yes.
governor became good, and I don't have a specific date.
Okay.
But what I would say is, we provided witnesses, documents, the U.S. Attorney and the FBI, and 79 of those people have been prosecuted going back to 2022.
Okay. Well, when I was chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I issued you a subpoena in September 2024 because you and your administration were not forthcoming about how your administration, quote, failed to identify what has been described as the largest pandemic fraud in the nation, end quote. In September 2024, you were aware of the Feeding Our Future fraud and your administration's handling of it, correct? Yes or no?
2024? Yes, by that time, we had already put people in jail
Okay.
and had extensively
This
investigated.
committee has testimony that the Minnesota Department of Education briefed your office about the Feeding Our Future's draft lawsuit and litigation hold on April 28th, 2020. Let me jog your memory. Is that correct?
I can't speak specifically to that. And if it's
It
my,
was April 2020. That means Feeding Our Future received a total of over $200 million in federal funds after you and your administration knew about the fraud concerns. Why didn't you stop sending money to Feeding Our Future as soon as the fraud concerns were raised?
Congressman, is following the program, we notified USGA under the Trump administration's first term. We had notified them too because it's a program administered out of USDA, and they were working to work through the process. Eventually,
didn't you say you were fearful of political retaliation?
no, I
from the
never said any
FOF
such
founder?
thing.
you never said, when they bring up, didn't you say X? That usually means that they have some kind of something there. They said most Dems are embarrassments to the U.S., that they're even citizens anymore. Yeah, I mean, at this point with the Epstein files, it's just not a left-right thing anymore. It's just not. It's our government. It's fucking shit. But we still have to work with what we've got. And so the people, the people who are not, in power, meaning if you voted for somebody who's not in power, you can sit back and be like, see, libertarians, Democrats right now. And then it's too easy for when there's a Democrat in power for Republicans to be, see, as if voters directly dictate exactly what our politicians do. Like that's not how it works. That's not how it works. But you try to take your wins because it's a team game. It's not real life. And Sean said, Feeding Our Future was one of the biggest programs in Minnesota. How the fuck would he not have an estimate date about when they were flagged? Yeah, I was going to say that before. Thank you for bringing this up. Like that should be, that's what I was going to say. Let's say he has nothing to do with anything. At a certain point, he found out. And so the moment that he finds out, and that seems to be what he's saying, is I told the proper channels and so on and so forth. But how then did nothing happen? How did the fraud continue? You must have been allowing it to happen, looking the other way at the least, and at most, sticking your hand in the pot, literally taking the food or taking the money that's meant to go to hungry children. So you tell me which one it is. Just Ilhan Omar never apologized or shown empathy for the biblical fraud in her district. What specifically do you mean? I mean, there's a lot of shit that's anti-Christian. So that could be a lot of things. I don't know what you're talking about specifically. Well, as a BSR, he's hoping to slime his way through this hearing. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, both sides of the questioners are also being slimy. But this is the game. This is the game. New Dodge said, I don't know, left and right foot both crush us. One's just openly gay. True. I'll give that a dilly dilly. New Dodge on fire tonight. Yummy, yummy. All right. Let's see.
To work through the process.
Didn't you say you were fearful of political retaliation?
No, I never said any such thing. I never said any such thing.
Well, that's what we understood. You were afraid of political retaliation. So,
based on what though, Miss Fox? You sounded like you were, you had something there.
Given the size and scope of the Feeding Our Futures fraud, I think you and your administration would have been on high alert looking for additional fraud in the state. But after seeing the handling of Feeding Our Futures and its $250 million in fraud,
that's probably it, though, right?
It came as no surprise to learn that even more staggering amounts of fraud, estimated at up to $9 billion, were uncovered in the Child Care Assistance Program, the Minnesota Medicaid program, and other programs. How could you allow such massive fraud schemes in your state to get to this point?
Congresswoman, we don't see anything by 9 million. Local press and everyone reports it about 300 million. But as I've said, if it's $1, it's too much. But we started in 2019 putting anti-fraud programs forward. After Feeding Our Future, we started going through and making sure every program had the integrity in it that it needed. And that's why you see convictions. That's why you see.
Why did it take?
We're just talking about fraud in general. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of shit going weird today. There was something with the PayPal. Someone was talking about something weird with the super chats. I don't know. Fridays are weird. Fridays are weird.
Nearly 7 years for you to get engaged to stop the fraud. 7 years.
We started in 2019, Congresswoman. It may be a surprise. If you arrest someone for stealing a car, other people are still going to try and steal cars. What we've tried to do is bring program integrity. But I'll go back to this.
But it's the same programs. If somebody tries to steal a car, then you lock them up so that person can't steal a car, so that you can put other resources to the other people who are stealing cars. You don't say, well, I mean, we can't stop everybody, so whatever.
We're not going to shut down programs that have things that are going well in it, and we need to find that proper balance. And I've acknowledged.
We know there's fraud, but we're not going to stop. Okay, dude.
Acknowledge that every year we're putting things in place, and Inspector
Governor Walz, you did not do your job. You did not do your job. You did not protect taxpayer dollars. You allowed massive fraud. You and Mr. Ellison allowed massive fraud to go on in the state of Minnesota. And it is unfortunate, as somebody said, that you can't be held personally responsible at this stage of the game. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois.
Oh, here
Thank
we
you,
go.
Chair. Governor Walz, you've seen firsthand the brutal excessive force used by.
I don't know if they do 1-to-1, so I don't know if we can specifically say, okay, now it's the right, now it's the left, but very obviously they're,
by ICE and CBP agents in Minnesota. Unfortunately, we saw the same tactics employed in Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz. I want to turn now to ICE and CBP's horrific pattern of abuse.
Okay, so clearly this is a Democrat.
Secretary Noem went to our cities ostensibly under the guise of arresting, quote, the worst of the worst. But in Illinois, less than 3% of those arrested during Operation Midway Blitz had criminal histories. In Minnesota, the vast majority of those detained had never been in trouble with the law, correct?
I believe that's correct, Congressman.
There were also more than 170 cases this year where ICE and CBP detained U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens should never be detained by ICE, correct?
That is correct.
I don't think that is correct. If you are very clearly, teaming up with the fucking foreign, if you're fucking, working for the CCP, I'm okay. I'm okay with ICE sitting down and be like, what's going on here? What's going on here? It's like 4 different names in his name. Antron said, we need to shift the committee meeting about fraud away from the topic of fraud. That's the game. That's the game. And guys, we are coming up on that 2-hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it. Let's get Morty a treat. 99 cents will keep the party raised.
I would hope we all could agree on that.
Well, I hope so too. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, federal agents have pepper sprayed children, including this 1-year-old baby in Chicago. And children should never be pepper sprayed, right?
I would hope we could all agree on that too.
What if they're coming at you with a gun? You're the one saying never. If you were to say generally, we don't want children being pepper sprayed. Yeah, absolutely.
Should not.
And according to The Independent, CBP agents dragged a 67-year-old U.S. citizen out of his car, breaking his ribs and causing internal bleeding.
Was he resisting? Because it seems kind of hard to do that if the man just stands up and puts his hand behind his back.
No person should be subjected to that kind of treatment, right?
They should not, Congressman.
Oh, wait, yeah, Angry, were you here? Were you here? Well, when Jason was talking, I should have started. But Jason is also a veteran and an amputee. So if you weren't here, dilly dilly to you both. One leg between the both of you.
Attorney General Ellison, let me turn to another topic. In President Trump's second term, ICE has become America's highest funded federal law enforcement agency with a budget of more than $85 billion. If ICE were an army, this budget would make it the 13th largest army in the world.
Based. Hey, shout out to Jason again. Wait, that $2 make you holla. Said rage on overload. And a nut. Come on, bro. He's so lazy. Oh, you're so lazy. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much. And of course, the party rages on. Let's do it.
Let's look at where that money has gone. Last year, DHS spent $172 million.
Notice how the Republicans haven't need any shiny visual aids. They're just speaking facts.
On 2 private luxury jets for Secretary Noem. I assume you're not aware of a stop payment on that particular payment, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Republican Senator John Kennedy yesterday grilled Secretary Noem about a $220 million ad campaign featuring her prominently, including on this horse in front of Mount Rushmore. Secretary Kennedy suggested this was wasteful spending, and I agree. I assume you'd agree with that as well, right?
I do.
This gross misuse of funds must end now. And
all right, I'm going to skip this one because it's not even Tim. We don't really care. It's just emotional. Isn't it so sad how bad Trump is? Oh my God, Trump is so bad.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing. And I want to remind everyone, I believe Kristi Noem's testifying in front of the Homeland Security Committee in the House today after testifying in the Senate yesterday.
So literally, Kristi Noem, fired now, was already in a hearing. And they had to bring that up in a fraud hearing for Tim Walz.
What? Chair, before I recognize Mr. Cloud, I believe Mr. Higgins has a UC.
As Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from 2024, December 2024.
We got video, we got receipts.
Tribune with Governor Walz, noting the federal investigation into the.
All right, let's make guesses, guys. Before they give themselves away, Mr. Higgins, is he a Republican or a Democrat? If you already know, then it's not as fun. But I don't know who the fuck these people are most of the time. Mr. Higgins, R or D?
The Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention Program, the EIDBI program, serving autism patients since its first year of inception in 2017, growing from 1.7 million per year to over 400 million per year. Unanimous consent.
Yes, sir. Without objection, so ordered. Chair,
okay, I guess that's a loss on me. I don't know this guy. Shout out to Jay. Go Texas. Welcome, welcome, oh, welcome. I told you guys know a lot more than me, right? That's why we're here to have the conversation. Lovell said, how much money would ICE have if we took the money from Somali fraud and gave it to them? A lot more. A lot more. Where's Higgins from?
Unanimous.
I guess you guys might be too well read on the congressman to be able to play this game, but I can.
Consent.
Yes, sir. Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. This hearing was designed to be a hearing looking into the massive expansion of some of the social programs and the fraud that was contained therein. But Reverend Tollgaard, I was struck by part of your opening statement because you invoked Matthew 25, and that's a scripture we see tossed around a lot.
Here we go.
Up here, but often without context. And so I went and got my Bible and thought we'd dig into Matthew 25 for a minute. The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25, 35 through 40. It ends.
Yeah, I guess we don't really have to guess about this guy. Texas, Louisiana. All right, let's see. Mr. Higgins. Higgins, Congress. Clay Higgins of why isn't it saying? Am I stupid? Where? Louisiana, got him. Former sheriff, interesting. Really? I was gonna say he's a little monotone. He's a little monotone, but you know, no shade, no shade. All right, on to Mr. Cloud. I'm going to guess is a Republican, bringing up the Bible.
The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25, 35 through 40. It ends with this. It says, then the righteous will answer to him, Lord, when did we see you hungry, feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and
Bro, can you read?
Invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you? And the king will answer to them, truly I say to you, to the extent that you did to one of those brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did this to me. I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
Thank you for your question. You meaning...
Thank you for your question. I really think that is a fantastic question. And honestly, I think that we need more questions like this. See, when we talk about it, who is you? Who is you?
Thank you for your question. You meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Followers of Christ, right. In Matthew 24:3, it says, after Jesus was sitting on the Mountain of Olives and the disciples came to him privately, and then they asked him, that began this whole chapter. Now, what Christ didn't say was to lobby your government. He said, if you have, you give. That's the general biblical principle here.
Sounds pretty commie.
You know, 2 Corinthians chapter 9 gives us probably the best.
Or Corinthians 2, as Trump says.
Scriptural understanding of what charity is. It says, each of you should give what you've decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly, under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver.
But also 10% to tithe.
Would you say that taxes are under compulsion?
Taxes are not my area of expertise, but
But are they
do you pay them?
Given under compulsion? Do you pay your taxes?
As a U.S. citizen, I pay my taxes.
Yes, because what happens if you don't?
We don't have the services that we need to support.
Oh my God, you dumb bitch. He means you get arrested. How are you this dumb? How are you this dumb? How are you this dumb?
Don't.
We don't have the services that we need to support our...
What happens to you personally if you don't pay your taxes?
You get in trouble.
You get in trouble. I would say that's under compulsion. So if we're talking about what charity is, I'm always amazed in DC how much of we get to define our personal worth as a politician or statesman or whatever you want to call us by how much of other people's money we give away. And so there's certainly...
Because of people like the people on the people in the hearing, not these people, the one at the tables, because of people like that. Well, I guess some of them up there, but yeah, because of the butting heads of politics. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. We do, it was an intention of the founding fathers that the wheels of justice do turn slowly. We already have the pendulum swinging back and forth and all that. We don't want that happening to a more extreme degree. That's just not good. They definitely don't need to be smart. I'm just surprised that, like, okay, maybe he is smart, but I did think that you need to have a little bit more charisma. These guys are kind of just, but maybe that's more of a Senate thing.
A place for a social safety net potentially, but the idea that Matthew 25 is kind of used as a blanket statement. As a matter of fact, the parable that it gives right before that scripture that you go into is the parable of the talents, where you see someone, a business owner, go away and he leaves three employees in charge, gives them each a bit of investment, and two of them turn their investment into a profit, and one that turns it not into a profit, he does nothing with it, just sits on it. What does he call him?
Reverend.
You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir. I don't have that.
Are you though?
I'm a wicked and a lazy servant. And so, scripturally speaking, God expects us to do something with what he's given us. Now, Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government. Scripture is replete with, there's different institutions that each have a different thing. The primary job of raising our kids and taking care of our families and the institution of the family. The government has a different one. It says, for the one in the authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants to bring agent of wrath on the wrongdoer. Would you say that someone who commits fraud is doing wrong?
We all are against fraud.
Right. Is fraud theft? Would you agree?
Yeah, she thinks she is.
That's theft.
Yes.
As the 8th commandment says, thou shalt not steal. Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church?
No.
Okay, so we have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers. And it's not really us paying it. It's really our kids and our grandkids that are paying it. And yet we continue to see this massive expansion all under the taken out of context of what charity is being defined as. It's interesting. I find it odd that the left continues to bring up Matthew 25, because at the very beginning of that, right before he goes in that scripture that we talked with, it says, Matthew 25:32, all the nations will be gathered to him, and he will separate the people from one another as sheep and goats. He will put the sheep on his right and his goats on the left. And the king will say to those on his right, come in, you are blessed of the Father, take your inheritance to the kingdom. And those on his left, he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels.
I am trying so hard not to tune out.
So I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context, understanding that we have multiple biblical institutions and they each have a purpose.
The context here is vast.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the entirety of Matthew.
It's like, nah, bitch, it's my time.
Into the record.
Without objection?
Mr. Chairman, I also have a unanimous consent item.
Without object, does anyone object to?
Thank you. It's a Huffington Post
I
article.
recognize you yet, Mr. Does anybody object to Mr. Cloud?
Hold your horses,
Without
bitch.
objection, so ordered.
Keep
Now
your
I
panties on.
recognize Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. I'd like to enter into the record an article from the Huffington Post. Yesterday, troops being told Trump's been anointed by Jesus.
Trump bad.
To cause Armageddon in Iran.
Without objection, so ordered. What would you want? Let's recognize Mr. Connor, then I'll get
Trump bad.
Mr. Wachtell. Mr. Connor from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, when I went to Minneapolis and
that's the goal,
was at Alex Preddy's memorial, I was struck that by the people
there.
there.
He is. Oh, don't. After I just fucking gassed you up, bro. After I just gassed you up, brown brother. Do not disappoint me. Do not disappoint me. You can be a Democrat. You can want to. Oh, man. Oh, man.
I expected a lot of folks who were immigrants, and I expected or folks who were children of immigrants who looked brown like me. And there at the memorial were 4th and 5th generation Minnesotans, most of them white Americans, talking about how they faced tyranny, how when they go to church, they were being followed by ICE agents. When they go to give a meal to an immigrant, they were being followed by agents. And I just had so much hope for our country seeing them there. And I want to thank Minnesota, as a Californian, as someone who grew up in Pennsylvania, as an American, for their character, for their courage, for what they have modeled in a multiracial democracy. And my question for you...
Guys, that is the point. That is the point. That is the point. To take it away and talk about anything besides the fraud under Tim Walz. That is what the Democrats are here for. That is their purpose. They woke up today, or when was it, yesterday? They woke up, was it today or yesterday? Yesterday, right? Yeah, they woke up yesterday, and all of the Democrats that are on this this committee knew what their assignment was: to waste time and take the substance away from the fraud. That is why they are here.
Courage for what they have modeled in a multiracial democracy. And my question for you, I mean, having served as a congressman, a governor, what is it about Minnesota that we can learn? What is it that leads to this kind of inclusive feeling about immigrants in our nation?
Well, thank you, Congressman, and thanks for your work on many fronts.
And this is why I didn't want to just, take a small segment of the show and just go through the clips, because, those are entertaining. Like, the Jim Jordan one at the top was one of the clips that was going around, but I think it's important to really fucking see this shit. I mean, and yes, compared to other Democrats.
Immigrants in our nation.
Well, thank you, Congressman.
Wait, what? Let me see the question again.
What is it about Minnesota that we can learn?
What is it about Minnesota that we can learn? Don't. Whatever we did, just don't. Don't do what we did.
Leads to this kind of inclusive feeling about immigrants in our nation.
Well, thank you, Congressman, and thanks for your work on many fronts. Look, I think Reverend Tollgaard summed it up in getting at the heart of this. It's about the neighborliness and the care. And left to our own devices, I'm going to make the case, Minnesota, and by the way, I would remind folks, states have to balance their budgets. We're AAA bond rated, one of the states that's ranked the highest. We have a surplus, and we also have the highest rainy day funds, one of the strongest protections. So we understand fiscal responsibility, but we also understand this caring, this neighborliness. People saw their neighbor. I believe our politics can change with that idea of what the next door neighbor looks like. Now, I will have to tell you, Mr. Khanna, I was deeply concerned last year when the Vice President of the United States mentioned he can understand why people wouldn't want to live by somebody who's not like them, which seems to go against our entire ethos in Minnesota, whether it was the first wave of Norwegian and Swedish immigrants that came to Minnesota, German immigrants like my family, or whether it was Hmong coming after the Vietnam War, or Somali and other East African immigrants to our country. And I think it's this sense of working together. There's a reason that we rank at the top in healthcare. We rank at the top in personal incomes. We rank near the top in home ownership. We rank near the top in happiness. Because this idea that we're all in it together.
Yeah, I bet you do rank high in happiness because you all just get free fucking money for nothing. I'd be pretty fucking happy too.
Top in home ownership. We rank near the top in happiness because this idea that we're all in it together and that we believe everybody should have a chance. So I think it's an ethos, and it gets into our politics. On the secular side, I believe as an elected official that I shouldn't give a sermon, but I should attempt to live one. And one of our politicians, Paul Wellstone, talked about we all do better and we all do better. And that's what we do. And I know that is true to a certain degree in other states, but I see folks making the claim that, well, you wouldn't have any fraud if you just cut all these programs. If you just
based. You wouldn't have any fraud if you cut all these programs.
Zeroed them out. That is true. If we did not provide food for our children, no one would steal from that program. But there would also be a lot of hungry children. And what I'm asking for and acknowledging the accountability, we need to put program integrity in. So
that's the second time he's brought up accountability. Projection. Insane. Mantron said, you can learn that an acting governor can impede federal law enforcement from doing their job, invoke starting another civil war, and the feds are too pussy to arrest you. Yeah, nothing to add to that.
I think it's a neighborliness. I think it's a historical point about caring for your own. And I think it's a clear understanding that if your neighbor does better, you're going to do better.
Well, thank you, Governor. And obviously, fraud matters and budgets matter. But what really matters right now in this country are values. And I really appreciate your sharing that. Attorney General Ellison, in the brief time I have, I just want to be.
So again, so far, compared to the other Democrats, better. Not great. But, he didn't try to do something ass slimy. But that's what they are. They're politicians.
Clear about Somali Americans. Because when I was growing up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin did something wrong, every Indian American was concerned, and I don't.
No, they were not. No, the fuck they were not. No, the fuck they were not. How old is Rokana? Let's see. Rokana is 49 years old. Born in 1976. So you're going to tell me you're what? 14 in 1990? You were 14 in 1990. And in 1990, when people made fun of you, everybody was outraged. No, the fuck they weren't. They all laughed along. Look at my fucking face and tell me that people gave a flying fuck about making fun of Indian people. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And notice how in any other context, the narrative would be, well, I was a young Indian American boy and people were making fun of me and it was so harmful and I didn't know what to do. But now things are better. But when it's convenient, then no, oh my God. America used to be great. Because like what the fuck is he talking about? That shit pissed me off. That shit pissed me off. Let's just hear it again because it's so. That's probably one of the most ridiculous things I have ever heard. Sitting in this chair, that people gave a fuck that people were making fun of you for being Indian. Did not happen.
Somali Americans, because when I was growing up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin,
Anytime, not just him. Anytime, any Indians. Motherfucker, I made fun of the Indian kids. The ones that would always fucking wear the same 3 polo shirts that were too big and had stains on them, the same cargo shorts that smelled like shit. I made fun of them. We all did. Put a 1 in the chat if you have never made a thank you, come again, or Bob's and Vagine, or curry, or... Come on, what are we doing? Anytime, anyone.
Somali Americans, because when I was growing up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin did something wrong, every Indian American was concerned, and I don't think people understand that. If you...
Okay, did I mishear that? Hold on, one more time.
Up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin did something wrong, every Indian American was concerned, and I don't think people understand that. If you aren't a minority, how that makes you feel. I understand they were 80.
Okay, fair enough. So I don't necessarily agree because I was on the outside making fun of those groups of people. What I thought he was saying is that anytime that they were made fun of it, he's saying anytime that Indian people did something bad, and I was like, oh, you're making us look bad. Okay, that's a little bit more fair. Still don't really believe you, but maybe that's because you were a smelly Indian kid. I don't know. Sorry.
Or 90 people were Somali Americans who were involved in this, but there are 100,000 Somali Americans, at least in Minnesota. And
are they all doing fraud? No? Oh, okay. Then they shouldn't be annoyed that we're talking about fraud.
Statistically, from all the studies I've seen,
exactly.
It is just factually untrue that Somali Minnesotans or Somali Americans commit more fraud than white Americans or Indian Americans or other Americans. And could you just speak to this? Because it is so dangerous. And I don't even think on the other side, people are doing that on purpose. But if you aren't an immigrant, if you haven't lived that or a child of immigrants, you don't know what that makes you feel. And can you talk about the Somali experience?
Can you, the white man, please tell me, the Indian man, what it is like to be a minority? What? This has to be to Ellison, right? This cannot be aimed at Tim Walz.
In Minnesota.
No, the reality is the Somali community.
Okay, all right, okay, fair enough. Gay as fuck, but at least he's not saying, Tim Walz, please tell me what it's like to be a minority.
Community in Minnesota has brought great things to our state. They have opened businesses. They've gotten professional degrees. They are great neighbors who volunteer and help their neighbors. They have been a benefit to our state. If you pick out a few people who've done wrong, sure, you can do that, but I can guarantee you can do that in any ethnic group at all in the state of Minnesota or anywhere in America.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right, before I recognize Mr. Higgins, I'll recognize Mr. Walkinshaw for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just wanted to make a quick correction. You said Secretary Noem is before the Homeland Security Committee today. That's not true. I'm a member of the committee. She was with us a couple months ago, but not scheduled. With that, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a September 22nd, 2025 article from Reuters titled Trump Aide Homan Accepted $50,000 in Bribery Sting Operation, which shows the Trump administration is willing to cover up blatant corruption of its officials.
Without objection, so ordered.
So again, we're saying other people did bad too. So why are you getting mad at me?
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins for Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you for being here today. Governor, when you took office, this fraud had already begun. Is that an accurate assessment?
That's accurate, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Higgins.
So what we're trying to get our heads wrapped around here as a nation, and we're doing our best as a committee, I'm quite certain on both sides, to just sort of focus our attention on what needs to be focused on. You had massive fraud in the state of Minnesota. And when we started looking into waste, fraud, abuse, and theft across the country, Minnesota surfaced as a wow moment for the entire country. So naturally,
watch it, Fredo.
we look as a citizenry to, well, who's in charge there? And my old friend,
No, Jay.
Governor Walz is in
They
charge.
cannot.
And the truth is fraud had begun before you took office. So it's a reasonable question, Governor. What you're noted in many interviews. I'm not going to go through them ad nauseum. You were aware of this level of fraud and investigations, and yet it seems like nothing was done until the Trump administration reestablished itself in a second term, and we began broad investigations into wage fraud, abuse, and theft.
You thought that was gonna be you, bro. Oh, you thought that was gonna be you, and now you're here.
And Minnesota popped. So would you please, I just give you a minute to respond.
Yeah.
Why didn't you do something sooner? I know some people were put in jail. I know there were investigations, but there was billions and billions and billions of dollars being stolen from a pretty concentrated demographic in your community. And this demographic is a significant political supporter for you and your party, good sir. So I just ask you, please explain.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Hick.
I don't know why they don't take the approach of like, look, I'm a common sense guy. I know we're on different parties, but I like to reach across the aisle. I want to believe you. Can you lay out exactly how this is not, whatever? There's no, because then you're coming from a position where he has to lay out his argument. And if we know that which they do, they don't have these hearings unless they know. If we know that he has shit, then why don't we just let him perjure himself? Hey, shout out to Guam Tech with the $2. Thank you. The peace be with Morty. Life be with Morty, bro. Let's keep the peace be with Morty until he's gone. But thank you so very, very much. And keeping the party raging. Oh, we got angry amputee calling all y'all out. It's payday, guys. It's payday. Thank you. So very, very much. Morty, reach your neck. There you go. I love when he sits the other way because I don't have to reach so far. Gentlemen, thank you. So very, very much. And you know what that means? The party rages on.
Just ask you, please explain.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Higgins, and I appreciate your question in good faith on this. First of all, the issue of billions, and I'll keep saying this, $1 is too many. That number got thrown around. First of all, the issue of billions, and I'll keep saying this, $1 is too many. That number got thrown around. There's nothing behind it, but I will acknowledge $1 is too much. I will also note the characters.
I would say it's.
Hold on. I deleted the wrong number. Give me 1 second. I'm a little bit behind here. Okay.
It's slow. I would say it's slow, but continue.
Well, there's nothing to support that, but look. We will pursue it and assume that that's the case. We will still make the changes we need to make. The characterization that nothing happened until the Trump administration came in is simply not true. We worked with them in the first administration where USDA didn't take action, and I think that's documented. The fact is, starting in 2019,
shout out to you guys. The party rages on. Very much appreciated.
Didn't take action, and I think that's documented. The fact is, starting in 2019, I went to the legislature asking
But you
for...
didn't pause payments, Governor.
The pausing payments...
And the criminal investigation, which I'm running out of time, I want to jump to. The way America sees this, Governor Walz, respectfully, sir, is that this money just continued to flow. There was a high awareness of this waste, fraud, abuse, and theft, like organized crime level theft.
And you did nothing.
And it seemed to be slow rolled, and nobody stopped the money from rolling in. And the money's gone. It's been remitted overseas. Attorney General Ellison, you stated in your opening statement that you sort of stated that your office only has direct jurisdiction over Medicaid fraud. Did you say that in your opening statement?
And there were definitely some good gotcha clips, but we need to see the real deal. That's probably when Walz got the big check sent to him. Probably, yeah, that should be like some type of financial. I don't know the rules around like financial disclosure, but that should definitely be part of this. Jason said it's the biggest fraud crime in the history of the world, but they're racist and other people did fraud. So we good? Minnesota's a black hole for money. I'm pretty sure Illinois is the same shit. And yeah, I'm down to fucking every single governor. Let's go state by state by state by state by state. I'm completely fine with that. It would be cheaper than the fucking fraud. So my governor, your governor, all the governors, JD Vance, bring them in. I'm down.
Okay, well, you seem to indicate that you don't have like criminal authority, but you do, don't you? Under your own law, you have authority. If the county district attorney asks you to get involved, or if the governor asks you to get involved, then your office can take lead on any criminal investigation, specifically if you have particular staffing and capabilities within your office, because it's statewide, to look into organized crime. Is that not correct?
Yeah,
okay,
it is.
so you have the authority to lead your state's effort to.
But I just didn't, because Trump bad.
To respond to this massive fraud at the state level from within the healthcare realm, where government money is being stolen at very, very high levels, unprecedented levels in your state. Are you leading that effort for the state of Minnesota? You're addressing it. Are you leading it?
Turn your mic on,
stupid. Are you leading the effort?
Jago Texas, and I still can't believe Walz was almost VP. This could have been so much worse. LA County has over $1 billion in unaccounted only for 1 year. I hate to tell you, but it is very, 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 very likely that Gavin Newsom is going to be our next president. I hope it's not. But, you know, and I mean, there's definitely fraud in that, but I don't think that we can say that EBT as a whole is fraud. I think, I mean, maybe some people don't believe in any kind of social safety net. I do. So I don't think it's wrong to have these things that we what's the fucking word? Subsidize for other people. It's the abuse of that process that I have an issue with. And so I would want to make sure that the process itself is much more rigorous and a lot more inconvenient. Like, I mean, you know, if you're a fucking dopehead, they don't just give you a month's worth of methadone. You got to go into the clinic every day. Why is this any different? I didn't know too much about it, but actually it was Boggs who was talking about EBT versus SNAP. And right, was it SNAP or like the old school food stamps where you could you could have bread, milk, eggs, shit, and then you know if you want candy and fucking Doritos and shit, you spend that you buy that with your own money. WIC, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, WIC. That seems to be a much better way to give people free money. I don't think that inherently people getting money because they need it is a bad thing. It's the abuse. And I mean, yeah, that's if you need money, that's kind of what the kind of money that you need. That is the problem. That is the problem. And the question is, with this system, is it a bug or a feature? Seems to be that switching off of the WIC standard or WIC program seems to be the feature and not a bug. I don't know. Well, I mean, is it per person? I don't think it's per person. I think it's per household, right? I don't know. We could look it up, but we're coming up on the 2.5 hour mark. So let's finish up this question, and we'll see where we're at.
Leading it. Are you leading the effort?
We are leading the effort to prosecute Medicaid fraud in Minnesota.
I'm not talking about Medicaid fraud. Don't hide behind that. You have the authority to prosecute anything criminally that the
Oh, hold on. We miss Higgins. Higgins is coming out of his shell.
Are you leading the effort?
We are leading the effort to prosecute Medicaid fraud in Minnesota.
I'm not talking about Medicaid fraud. Don't hide behind that. You have the authority to prosecute anything criminally that the governor asks you to. And this thing is big. I'm giving you an opportunity, sir. Are you leading the criminal investigative effort into this massive fraud across the board in the healthcare spectrum in the state of Minnesota or not?
We are following the law.
You are not leading. You're not leading.
Get
I would
him!
say, Mr. Chairman,
Get
that the
him!
Attorney General of the state of Minnesota should resign.
Oh, get the fuck out. Shout out to Higgins. I like him now. Shout out to Louisiana.
I yield.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Frost, I want to, Mr. Walkerchild, you were right. She's not testifying in Homeland Security. Christy Noem's testifying in Judiciary. I knew she was here somewhere today. So you were right. I misstated the wrong committee. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I have unanimous consent called Fraud Focus. Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Florida Democrat.
Objection so ordered.
Thank you all for being here. The whole world has witnessed unprecedented and extreme immigration enforcement tactics this year in Minnesota. After the murder of Renee Nicole Good and before the murder of Alex Preddy.
Not a murder.
President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that, quote, the day of reckoning and retribution is coming.
Good. The day of reckoning for people who are obstructing justice and trying to keep illegal criminal aliens in my country is what we voted for. That's what we voted for.
Governor Walz, the dictionary defines retribution as punishment inflicted on someone as vengeance for a wrong or criminal act.
Yeah, like coming into the country illegally and raping people who are citizens. Right? Shout out to Lake and Riley.
Based on what we've seen play out in Minneapolis, what is the problem with the President of the United States?
Democrats don't know how to do that.
States directing agents to carry out retribution.
So remember, this is about fraud.
Well, yeah, thank you. And this is certainly
Thank you. Oh, thank you for the layup so I could talk about anything other than the fraud that I clearly spearheaded.
troubling because under the guise of fraud, which we all want to tackle, we were subject.
We all? Is you we? Remember when they said our democracy? Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. They didn't mean our, they meant our democracy. Oh, well, for the Verdes, the our is their democracy. Gotta learn how to speak lizard person.
As you saw, the largest invasion of a state by the federal government. I don't know.
Wait, what? This is going over my head. I don't know.
In certainly any of our lifetimes. And that infliction, to me, we're trying to figure it out. Look, we'll acknowledge, and we're fixing it in Minnesota, but I'm telling you, each of you are going to go back to your state, and if some of you think you want to be governor, you're going to deal with this. And these folks keep moving. The problem is, Congressman, this was about retribution. This was about singling out Minnesota. And I think, I'm going to just name it, I think it's singling out because our state works, and it provides things for people, and we care, and we mind our own business, and we respect our neighbors. And
we mind our own business. So you taking my money is minding your own business. That sounds like the literal opposite of minding your own business. But what do I know?
And this retribution had nothing to do with getting the worst of the worst. We know that. It had nothing to do with stopping fraud. And we were subject, we being Minnesotans, for over 10 weeks. And I want to note, just before, and I'll yield back on this, Congressman, I think this is important to note. The gentleman from Illinois noted that Midway Blitz, the damage it did to Chicago. There were 500 agents on the ground in Chicago. Christy Noem testified yesterday there's still 650 in Minnesota. It is not over. This is not ancient news. This is not looking like everybody moved on. Minnesotans are still experiencing this.
Okay, then why didn't you stop it? That's why we're here.
It's bad for our communities. It makes our people less safe. It's terrorizing our streets. Reverend,
you mean like telling the fucking local law enforcement to stand down so that 2 of your people get killed?
What has been happening in your community when individuals try to record federal agents?
Thank you for your question.
They get in the way, they obstruct justice, and because the ICE and CBP are not local law enforcement, then they're not as well trained for crowd control as they are for taking down criminal illegal aliens who are raping children.
Individuals who have tried to record federal agents have been told they cannot. They have been asked for...
What were they doing? They were just standing off 100 feet to the side, or standing right in front of them, or blocking traffic with a car, or pushing them.
Taken pictures of their license plates. They have been followed. They have been subject to fear intimidation tactics by ICE agents.
And one of the only reasons that really the world knows about what's going on in Minnesota is because of our Constitution and the right.
More so because of Nick Shirley, but
to be able to record law enforcement and federal agents. Those videos and the videotapes have been in part.
But also, Nick Shirley is so awful for recording. I mean, every single word is bullshit.
The reason why we know what's going on. Trump administration officials have suggested that observing or identifying federal agents is, quote, doxing or, quote, assault. We know federal agents have followed observers to their homes. We know protesters have been pepper sprayed. We know people have been violently detained who were filming them without bystanders having cameras who know how the murders of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy by ICE agents would have been handled by this administration. They have already tried to lie about these murders, even with footage. After Alex Preddy was murdered, Stephen Miller said he was, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to, quote, assassinate federal law enforcement. Kristi Noem said that he committed an act of domestic terrorism. And the president of the United States said that he was an agitator and perhaps an insurrectionist. Reverend,
well, if somebody said it, I mean, it must be true, right? I think Mr. Frost is a terrorist. Must be true.
The last thing I want to get to that I think is really important. I grew up in the church, and I used to wear one of the "What Would Jesus Do" bracelets, mainly because I used to curse a little too much when I was little, and then I would like snap myself when I cursed. Either way, nowadays I think less about what would Jesus do, and I think more about what would happen to Jesus in this country. And I just wanted to give you a moment to talk about what you think would happen to refugees Mary and Joseph as they come to our border. Would they be separated from their child? I mean, what does this look like?
Yeah, notice how as soon as I asked, as soon as he said Nick Shirley's debunked, and I said, why are we here? Silence. And I was talking to one of you for a little bit, but never again. Oh, I can just, say bullshit, and then when I get called out, I just disappear. Insane. I'm saying, so imagine what the Dems would have said about any conservative that was in the same position as Preddy on January 6th. Well, what were you doing there? That's literally what they said about Ashley Babbitt.
Such a good point, Congressman. And
such a good
Jesus
point. Oh my
was
God.
himself a
Thank
refugee
you.
and so his parents. And yes, I fear that they too would have experienced the harm and cruel treatment that Minnesotans have been experiencing at the hands of our government.
That's it, guys. We're only doing a quarter of the hearing.
What do you say to the people who hide behind the Bible and wrap themselves in the flag to say that what is going on in our country right now with ICE, terrorizing our communities, ripping our neighbors, ripping families apart? What would you say to people like that?
I don't like that you're going along with our laws and election rules.
I think, again, Matthew 25, where are we in this?
Oh, you mean the verse that you just got dunked on for not knowing what the fuck it means?
Moment, it should be on the side of the least, the widow, the orphan, the hungry, the homeless, and that as people of faith and moral conscience, history will tell what side we stood on, but our actions today will show true love of neighbor.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Mace, Mr. Grofman, I believe.
Oh, Miss Mace. Shout out to Nancy Mace. All right, guys. We'll stay through Nancy Mace. But we need one more. One more super chat. One more no-no. 99 cents. I know you motherfuckers are broke, but I know you're not that broke.
You see?
Yeah, I'd like to submit for the record
hit the button.
I'd like to submit for the record something called Minnesota Financial and Compliance Report on federally assisted.
Is there someone else covering this in full better than I am? Just wondering. Shout out to Glow in Dark. Welcome to the party. Hopefully not coming at the last minute, but we will see.
Listed programs.
Nancy Mace is about to go in on Timmy Tampon.
June 30th, 2024.
Without objection to order. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison.
We're going to slow this down and get it nice and good. Hey! Well, I mean, I appreciate you. Thank you so very, very much for the $5. We definitely are not going to get another 3.5 hours out of this. But it's a start, and it gets Morty a treat, and might get me to do some push-ups. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And we got Guam Tech. I got scammed out of $500, or I'd be more generous. Oh, those Somalis, right? Those Somalis. But Morty still gets his treat. Thank you guys so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you, and the party rages on.
You have presided over one of the worst government fraud scandals in American history. This was money intended to feed hungry children, help kids with autism, provide food and shelter and healthcare to the needy, and more. You both allowed billions in these American taxpayer dollars to be pillaged and plundered by Somali pirates. You knew this was happening. You chose to do nothing about it, and in some cases, you even enabled it. Attorney General Ellison, you even profited from this fraud by taking campaign donations from these Somalians after pledging to help quash the investigation into them. I find your behavior despicable. My questions this morning, my first go to Governor Walz, and I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the...
Bro, what? I gotta hear about this. I gotta hear about this. Yeah, that should have been alarm bells ringing. What did he tell you? He was a fucking prince?
Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything?
I
since
did
then?
that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman.
Two of your people are dead, you fucking moron. Two of your people are fucking dead, and it's your fucking fault. You told the people, the law enforcement to stand down and also push all this propaganda that ICE, who was, again, voted for overwhelmingly, was the Gestapo, and they're coming murdering, So people felt like they needed to get out in the streets, and they fucking died. That is your fucking fault. You did that. You did that. Now, at the end of the day, of course, we have to put, individuals' actions on themselves. So, at the end of the day, it really was pretty and good. But it would not have happened if there was police there to deal with the crowd. And he fucking knew it. He fucking knew it. Hey, shout out to Bethany, Beth and Tate. Welcome. And thank you so very, very much. Again, no question, no comment. Just pure love of the game. Thank you. So very, very much, very good to see you. The last time I saw you, I was trying to, it was on the Nightbot stream and I was a little out of it. So appreciate you being here. And we got Glowing Dark with another $2. You guys are coming through. We might hit for the first time, we might hit the goal on the actual dono number. I don't know why you guys hit the dollar amount all the time, but I just asked for 15 supers, but we might hit it. Either way, thank you so very, very much, everybody. Let's rage on.
I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything?
I
since
did
then?
that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss.
I cannot believe that he said that. I cannot. It's 2. 2 people did die. I know I just said this. If I didn't do that, then 2 of my people would.
Governor Walz, what is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
You know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is.
to be your prop for your
Okay,
obsession.
so if
You literally are, though.
you
Taught middle
can't
school is
define
your
what a
obsession.
woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front
Okay.
of me, Congresswoman.
Did you prepare for this hearing today?
Probably
Did you do
not.
any
I
preparation
take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen
Do you know?
the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me. As
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. 343.
No, I forget who it was. It might have been Asmongold who was saying, you know what? I don't love how she's approaching this because she's being bitchy about it, and she is right. So just do it normally. But like this is the stage. This is what you do. This is why this is in all the clips.
Governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Wait, are you governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
not.
well, when
not a
I'm governor
prop
of
for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase, an increase of 343 times what it was in this time period. Do you know the number of children in Minnesota?
Nope, no idea. Like I said, at this point, them voters could hear, we good guys, they bad guys. And I bet they would repeat it without shame or self-awareness. They are literally one step away from that. Fuck ICE. How hard does it say fuck ICE? Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. How hard does it say fuck ICE? Are you guys, I know whoever before shout out the legendary series. Anybody followed what happened with Twitch streamer Emaru? The same girl that got essayed at TwitchCon was on some random stream. She is just like she's not a political person. And someone asked her to say fuck ICE. And she was like, it's weird that you guys want like random streamers to just vomit your opinions back to you. The entire Hassan orbit just came down on her like, oh my God, she's a racist chud. Like, racist. Let's see. A side quest for you. So
I get people like there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to like say their opinions on like
this is she's talking about food or some shit.
important topics. I get that, right? But it's like if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like just stop. Like hello? Like I don't like what? Like
That's basically all she said. And then let's see if we get any of the let's see what Hassan
let's be fucking real. And she is performing to an audience. Like I said, I think it is the financial pressures of having an audience that is comprised almost entirely of Asmongold's biggest fucking dipshit warriors is the major reason as to why she's not revealing her perspective on ICE or until she got yelled at. From where I'm standing though, I don't think Emma was a bad person in general, but she is actually very comfortable and very
unlike you and your $3 million mansion,
directly aligned and financially entangled with actual bad people. I will say that about Asmongold. Asmongold's a bad
projection. So, I mean, Guantek, when you say we good guys, they bad guys, it's one step away. It's one step away. Dick Johnson said, you guys hype the Indian Jesus show, TIJ show. That is something you should definitely do along with when the stream is done. I'm going to start, in case you guys forget, because I know, you got other things, but I started timing a post of this stream to post like after it's done. So in case you forget, you can just click on it, put something in the comments. Just Morty is awesome. Fuck Lutch. Why won't you say fuck ICE? Whatever it is, that'll hype it up. And then of course the actual hype feature really does help. And then just to tie a bow on
Denham's lawsuit. That's why this is happening right now. Because there's some 60,000 like tweet. Knowing Twitter probably bought into shit.
Because she wouldn't say fuck ICE. Because she doesn't know shit about any of that. I don't understand. I don't understand. These people are obsessive. Nancy's Timu Sarah Palin. I'll give you that. I'll give you a dilly for that. Golden said, I blame Alex Jones for waking me up to slogan engineering. It's not even slogans anymore. One word is all they need. Oh, I just saw something. Yeah, right. A chudette. I hate Hassan. I love how much entertainment I get from other people making fun of Hassan. That's how much I dislike this person. But what did go on to... Okay, I'm going to keep this up because I'm going to look for something that is a relevant side quest. I'm not promising I can find it, but we're going to look. And again, guys, I still don't fully understand what's going on with the jewels. Bubba just sent some jewels and said hello. That never pops up in the chat. I don't know why, but thank you so very, very much. Very glad to have ya. Let's pull this back.
Dollars was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Wait, are you governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
not.
well, when
not a
I'm governor of
prop for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase, an increase of 343 times what it was in this time period. Do you know the number of children in Minnesota?
I know that Minnesota ranked as a top 3 state for
What
children
is the
in the
total
last year.
population in Minnesota?
5.7 million.
Okay. What is the total population of children in Minnesota?
I don't have the number in front of me right
Are
now.
you governor of Minnesota?
I know 400,000 were cut out of healthcare last
Okay,
week by
that's
the
not-
actions you made.
Are you governor of Minnesota?
I am.
And you don't know the number of children residing
I don't have
in
the
Minnesota?
specific number. It's 5.7 million.
That's your total
What is your age?
population.
What is the age? 0 to 5? 0 to 19?
You have approximately 1.2 million children in Minnesota.
What
I'm not
age?
even governor
All right, hold on. I might have found it. Let me just make sure. I can't.
of South Carolina. Our population in South Carolina is 5.5 million. We have approximately 1.1 million children under the age of 18 in my home state of South Carolina. Okay. As governor, I expect you to know this information. Thank God you're not vice president of the United States. Do you know approximately how many children in Minnesota are autistic or on the spectrum?
No, I don't have that number.
Okay. Well, if you take the CDC's roughly 1 in 36 kids are on the spectrum, we're talking about approximately 33,000 kids. In South Carolina, it's about 31,000 or so. What is, do you know what this is per child spending wise?
Let's try that again. I'm not here to be your prop, damn it! Wow. Thank you. 30 fucking months! Oh my goodness. Thank you. 30 fucking months, brother. And we have only just begun. Let's fucking go. Lone Wolf said it makes sense if you realize that Democrats can call you an authoritarian fascist because they're authoritarian fascists. Projection. Definitely a cartoon character. Angry said he said it like if you'd narrow it down, he would know. You don't know jack shit about jack. Yeah, what's your definition of a child? You know what? I'll give some credit here. Because while this is not a legitimate this isn't a legitimate response. However, there are very different definitions of children when it comes to these stats. So, just saying. He's still being fucking shitty. But I'm just saying.
31,000 or so. What is, do you know what this is per child spending wise in the fraud for autistic kids in Minnesota?
Again, I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell us.
This isn't.
Stop saying that. Like, why do you think that's making you look good? That's not like a burn moment.
Minnesota math a prop? This is math. We're talking about fraud.
Minnesota ranks at the top. Where does South Carolina rank?
We're talking about money.
Where does South Carolina children rank on healthiness?
These are my questions for you. It doesn't go the other way around unless we're debating on the debate stage. And we're not.
If you're asking questions about being governor,
I'm
it does.
asking you
When you're
questions
governor,
about
you
being
can come and
governor
tell
of
me.
Minnesota, which you can't answer. This is basic math. And you can't even answer.
not
Do you
here to
even
be your
care
prop.
about kids in Minnesota?
I'm not here to be your prop. I'm not here to be your prop.
They rank near the top in every category. My children are fed. My
care about
children are
autistic
housed. My
children
children have
getting the
health care.
service
My children don't exist, and the money goes into my pocket.
they need in
My
Minnesota.
children have the best
No,
schools.
you don't. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Mr. Chairman.
Your lady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's Miss Bobert? Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Miss Mays.
may I make my two motions?
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Honorable Pamela Jo Bondi to appear before the committee for a deposition regarding the department's handling of the investigation to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates.
Hey, yo! Nancy Mace. You my girl now. This is how you do shit. Because here we are, exactly as fucking, what was his name? The fucking loser from before was talking about, well, why do you care about this? And what about that? And what about that? And what about that? But she uses such a huge moment to be like, and also Epstein. Based. Fucking beautiful. fucking
Move that the
beautiful.
committee issue a subpoena to the Honorable Pamela Jo Bondi to appear before the committee for a deposition regarding the department's handling of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his associates and compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing.
Let's go. I will fucking watch that hearing and tear that bitch down if she deserves it, which she does.
Committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights for the awards and settlements paid pursuant to Section 415 of the Congressional Accountability Act prior to December 12, 2018, with only redactions allowable for the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, and witnesses. Thank you, ma'am.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, can I have one thing before?
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. No, we'd just like to see Mrs. Mace's motions in writing, which would be great.
She's ready. Yeah, she
Now-
came. She understood the assignment. She, what did I say? She ate no crumbs.
Before I recognize Ms. Lee, do you have Ms. Randall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 11th, 2025 article from The Guardian titled "Somalis Are the Scapegoat. Fear Rises as Trump Targets Minneapolis Community," which describes
Objection.
So as you can see, the Republicans are being like, hey, Tim Walz, here are some facts and numbers and statistics about how you clearly have been fucking shit up. Well, the Democrats endly. Trump bad. Do you think Trump bad? Trump bad, right? Trump bad.
Xenophobic attacks.
That objection's ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the past few months, Democrats on this committee and in the Senate have been holding hearings on the unconstitutional actions of the Trump administration. So we've heard from, in that time, whistleblowers, industry experts, and survivors of abuses of federal agents. They spoke about warrantless searches that they have been subjected to, including federal agents bursting into their homes with guns. They spoke about being shot at and dragged out of their cars, and then, being made to look like they were actually the perpetrators. They spoke about federal agents' use of masks in unmarked vehicles, and the efforts of these agents to.
Trump said he was going to, remember 8 months ago, the president doesn't have any control over the gas prices. And now it's going to be like, Trump said he was going to bring the gas prices down.
Use of masks in unmarked vehicles, and the efforts of these agents to hide their identity to escape any sort of accountability. And we heard from the brother of Renee Good, who was murdered by ICE agents in Minneapolis. That is what oversight looks like. Not 2 hearings on fraud in one single state, which is not even the worst instance of fraud.
Walz, no T. There's no T. W-A-L-Z.
Out there, though we all here agree that we should target fraud. Republicans have dragged Governor Walz in again to demonize and target his state because he is a Democratic governor and he is implementing Democratic policies.
Oh, fraud is a Democratic policy. Thank you, Miss Lee. Thank you, Miss Lee. It is now on record. It is now on record. That is a Democrat governor. The fraud he is doing is merely implementing Democrat policies. I mean, hey, thank you for the transparency. You said I had the T for tampon. Fair enough.
Republicans took a legitimate investigation and, as per usual, has made it a circus. Now we have just like a random guy lurking around child care centers trying to get into buildings with children.
Which got you all here. Right? Tell me we would be here without Nick Shirley. Oh, you can't.
As the fraud vigilante, the Somali community has been vilified and made to feel
justly or unjustly?
Unsafe.
Justly or unjustly?
And federal benefits are being cut to Minnesota.
Justly or unjustly?
And other Democrat-led states. Trump and his administration also used this investigation as a justification for an immigration enforcement push that has created
white. I know white, motherfucker.
And fueled violence and resulted in the death of American citizens. Rev Tollgaard, as a Minnesotan, do you feel that these oversight hearings and the Trump administration's fixation on fraud in Minnesota has made anyone safer in your state?
No, they have not.
Republicans have been touting alleged fraud in child care centers.
That's not the purpose. The purpose of a hearing like this is not to make people feel safer, except maybe about their wallets and their tax dollars. Yeah. They're trying to make Nick seem like a pedo because anytime anything to distract away from the facts that were presented. And the funny part is, Nick wasn't even fucking doing the research. He found the what was his name? The David guy. And Dave was like, hey, Nick, look, I've got all this information. And she's like, oh, okay, let's take a camera and go see. The worst guy ever!
And the need to protect children. But since the immigration enforcement push, have kids been able to be kids? Have they felt comfortable going to school or playing out in public with each other?
What does that have to do with why we are here? What does the comfort of children have to do with whether or not this man is responsible for fraud? I do not understand how this is even acceptable. Actually, no, I do. It's because nobody fucking watches these in full. They just take the clips, and then forget about it 2 fucking days later. But here, we actually give a fuck about the truth. Hey guys, I do want to let you know, we are $4, 4 super chats, 99 cents each away from hitting the goal. And I mean, we're not even halfway through, but I could be convinced to stick around for a while.
With their friends.
They have not been safe. They've not been able to go to school, to be in playgrounds, to be in libraries and places you would normally expect to find them.
Are you worried about the long-term impact?
Not as big as the fraud itself, apparently.
In places you would normally expect to find them.
Are you worried about the long-term impact of being surrounded by violence and uncertainty, what it could have on these children?
I'm deeply.
They're allowing this bullshit because they are in charge. They are in charge. Who's going to stop them? That's why it's more important than just the clips.
Concerned about that, and I know that their teachers and their parents are as well.
You were arrested earlier this year while protesting ICE agents and deportations. Why was it important for you and other clergy members to speak out against Trump's administration's actions in Minnesota and elsewhere?
Hey, Guaptat said, fuck all Nigerians. They're all awful people. Just kidding. Thank you so very, very much. We're getting into crumb territory. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, and with again. My goodness. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you. So very, very much. And again, a treat for the Overlord. That's $2 away. We are getting there. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's party on.
ICE agents and deportations. Why was it important for you and other clergy members to speak out against Trump's administration's actions in Minnesota and elsewhere?
Thank you for your question. I was arrested along with 99 other faith leaders in Minnesota, many of whom could be here today, and we were compelled to action to stand on the side of the most vulnerable in our communities and those who have been facing enormous cruelty and unfair actions on the hands of ICE. And we needed to stand alongside them, as have many others in our faith traditions in history. We stand along with that great cloud of witnesses.
I want to thank you for coming in today and for, of course, having the courage to stand up to the attacks against your community. This, as we can all see, was...
And we got a new sponsor. Where are we? Of the stream. Shout out to Quam Tech for, I already forgot, it was $579 all by himself. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's party on.
Attacks against your community. This, as we can all see, was never truly about fraud. It is a part of a greater effort by Trump and Republicans to gut social services, roll back civil rights, to villainize.
Roll back civil rights. Which civil rights would that be?
And make others out of people who they don't want to have and enjoy the same civil liberties and rights as others in this nation. They want to strip away and have been stripping away healthcare and education, childcare funding that millions of people rely on. This investigation and these actions have only been used to harm, not to help people. And rest assured, this will not stop in Minnesota, just as it didn't stop in Chicago before that or LA before that. This is a blatant attempt, blatant authoritarian grab that the Trump administration has been persistent in. It will come to all shores if we do not all take a collective stance. But more than that,
we're all going to die if we don't let Tim Walz get away with it.
Urging my colleagues in the Republican caucus or conference to take up their job and their task as a co-equal branch of government. We do not serve as the lapdogs, as the cult followers of Donald Trump, of a president. When there are abuses or overreach, it is supposed to be us that takes a stand. And I would hope that at some point in the 119th Congress, some Republican with a gavel will do so. I thank you all for your time, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Oh, Facebook, brava. I have heard a lot of good things about Facebook Marketplace, but I'm not a Nigerian, man. I mean, come on.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor Walz, when did you first receive notice of potential fraud in Minnesota's social services programs?
Social service programs in general. We knew that there was issues with the CCAP program as early as 2012. And my first days in office, we started taking action.
But as governor, when were you first notified?
Shout out to Byron. Oh, we know Byron's got to show us something good, right? Come on. I'm not going to give him the dilly-dilly until he does it because I have that much faith in him. I have that much faith.
As we started taking action.
But as governor, when were you first notified?
Before I took office.
All right, Governor Walz, former Department of Human Services Commissioner Tony Laurie testified that you were aware in early 2019 of fraud in 2 Department of Human Services administered programs. Is this statement accurate?
Yeah, take
Not that I recall. I'm not sure
that's
what
you guys.
he's speaking about.
You don't remember this meeting or this notification?
No, not specifically. I don't.
In March of 2019, your Office of Legal Affairs reported $5 to $6 million in alleged child care assistance program fraud. In April 2019, it was also reported that the Department of Human Services lacked proper integrity controls to control fraud. Were you aware of these reports?
Not specific reports, but because of that, my office, we put forward actions to address them.
How were you not aware of them, yet you know that that's the reason why your office did anything about them? I wasn't aware of this, but I know that that is the reason. Like, what's the analogy here? The analogy here would be, let me hear it one time.
Proper integrity controls to control fraud. Were you aware of these reports?
Not specific reports, but because of that, my office, we put forward actions to address them.
Okay, so were you aware that there was a pizza on your roof? No, but I am aware that that was the reason that I got the ladder out to get on my roof. What? Fucking pardon? Maybe I'm stupid. Let's one more time.
Proper integrity controls to control fraud. Were you aware of these reports?
Were you aware of these?
Not specific reports, but
No.
because of that, my office, we put forward actions to address them starting in 2019.
Is it correct that your administration was aware of the Feeding Our Future fraud as early as of May of 2020 based upon regular discussions about program irregularities?
I believe that's correct with the agency, the Department of Education, and then going back to USDA.
I'm gonna go back. Was your office notified of these fraud allegations?
Not me specifically, that they're handled.
No, just everybody else. Not me. I didn't even know.
Internally,
Well,
in
then
the it happens every day.
Who was notified, Governor Walz?
The agencies do their work, the commissioners, and then if someone in my office was notified, they let me know. As governor, I make, 50 decisions a day. I said I did this job for 12 years. I make decisions in a day.
We're all Somali on stolen land. Come on, guys. We haven't got one of those all night. All night.
Oh, Governor Walz.
So someone was maybe notified, but the agencies are the ones that take the
May I ask
action.
the next question? We have it under sworn testimony in the Oversight Committee that your former chief of staff was notified directly by these various commissioners about the fraud in Minnesota.
That could be correct.
So are you saying
That could be correct. I don't know. Just like everything else, I don't got a fucking clue. She didn't say ice cream through my area and detained illegals and didn't terrorize children and they didn't drag citizens from cars. Well, I mean, that's just one example. So, fuck ICE, right? It's almost like if you don't try to fight federal law enforcement, then everything's gonna be A-okay. At least for you personally. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub with a 199. Thank you, sir. Said, what about the kids, though? What kids? Are the kids in the room with us? Are the kids in the state with us? No? Didn't think so. Insane. Insane. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing some of David's chats. Everyone's like, oh, David this, David that. Why am I only not seeing that much? Yeah, that one. We all love horses. I'm still I'm telling you, if you put we all are blank or do blank on stolen land, I will stop the show and give you a dilly-dilly. Them's the rules. Them's the rules.
By these various commissioners about the fraud in Minnesota.
That could be correct.
So are you saying that your chief of staff didn't notify you?
I'm saying I don't recall whether
Yes,
he did at that
that's
time
what
or
he's
not,
saying.
but we took action. So I'm assuming when we put our budgets together, based on that, we put a package together for that legislative
Let's
session.
talk about budgets, Governor Walz. Feeding Our Future went from $307,000 in 2018 to $199 million in 2021. Are you aware of this increase in budgetary costs from Feeding Our Future?
Not specifically, but I know it increased during the pandemic.
The Housing Stabilization Services went from $27 million in 2021 to $105 million in 2024. Are you aware of this increase, Governor Walz?
Not specifically, but I know it increased.
Autism centers went from
So again, you basically just kind of know what's going on, but not really. Okay, dude.
$24 million in 2019 to $342 million in 2024. Are you aware of that?
Not specifically again, but yes, we know the budget's increased.
Integrated community supports went from $4.6 million in 2021 to $170 million in 2024. Are you aware of that?
Again, not specifically on the numbers, but it's the budget.
Governor Walz, you have to submit a budget to your legislature every single year, like every governor has to do. If you're not aware of these increases, what was your office
Everyone is
doing?
balanced. My budget is about $72 billion.
Not true. Not true at all.
It's 23 agencies.
Florida's budget's
6 million people.
$115 billion, sir. But what were you doing if you're seeing program increases like this amid allegations of fraud in your state?
Action was being taken on these starting back in 2019. If it's
Can you describe the action that was taken in 2019?
Sure. In 2019, I'll go to the first things that we did on child care assistance. We lowered the standards on proof of administrative fraud disqualification.
Oh, you lowered the standards?
We lowered the standards for proof of administrative fraud. The standards where we had to prove it were so high it was impossible to try and do it. So we lowered what it took to show that fraud was happening.
And what did you do with the results of lowering the standards to prove fraud? What did you do?
Put 79 people in prison. And
what else would you expect? This is politics. This is the world that is very, very good at propagandizing and using rhetoric to make it seem like it's not this fucking stupid. This is what it is. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I decided to go cover this in full, because I agree with you. It's fucking retarded what we're watching. But this is one of the most important things that's happened in the last 2 days, unfortunately.
But Governor Walz, the fraud continued to increase.
And I'll jump on that this could be one of the first things that is this important, and we get more hearings like this if we pay attention. But how many people have you seen willing to go through the entire hearing?
Do with the results of lowering the standards to prove fraud? What did you do?
Put 79 people in prison. And
but Governor Walz, the
that's
fraud
not the
continued
question.
to increase. It increased
So, yeah,
under your
how bad was it before?
tenure. Do you acknowledge that?
did the numbers increase? Yes. And I tell you, when you catch people and prosecute them, it shows up at the fraud increase. I would tell you, Congressman, just because you're not hearing about fraud doesn't mean it's not
I got 50
happening.
seconds, Governor, and I don't want to get into a fight with you, but let me move quickly to the
Do
Lieutenant
it.
Governor.
Fight
Peggy
up.
Flanagan's your Lieutenant Governor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the Lieutenant Governor go on the ticket with you, or are they elected by themselves on a ballot in the state of Minnesota?
It's on a ticket.
It's on a ticket. Peggy Flanagan essentially works for you.
She has an independent office. She's a constitutional officer. She's on the ticket, but she is independent as a constitutional
You
officer.
could ask for her resignation at any time. Is that correct? That's
Did
typically
you?
how it works with lieutenant governors.
Yeah, but she's a constitutional officer. I don't believe that's happened in Minnesota.
Peggy Flanagan is, there are
Again, not the question.
accusations that she was intimidating whistleblowers. There was a meeting on April 12th of 2024 where she went on stage and publicly denounced whistleblowers in the state of Minnesota, calling them losers in their mother's basement. Is this the type of treatment that your administration allows for whistleblowers in Minnesota?
I'm not familiar
Are
with
you
that.
aware of any intimidation of
Who hasn't? Yeah, hell yeah.
whistleblowers in the state of Minnesota?
It's
There are
not
30 whistleblowers who have given letters to this committee on the record saying that they have witnessed, they have been subject to intimidation by your administration because they were trying to stop the fraud in Minnesota.
I encourage them to go to the OLA and the independent sources in Minnesota that are.
The OLA, you're the governor.
No, the OLA is the independent.
But sir,
office of
you're the
legislative audit.
governor. Why don't you take responsibility for what's going on in your state?
We do take responsibility. None of those people, I'm telling you, I have no
But
knowledge.
you
of
lost
them.
billions of
He's so close to being legitimately retarded that you almost believe him. Is that what you mean by here's the onion?
dollars of American taxpayer money in the process, Governor Walz.
We prosecuted these people, Congressman. I think Florida has fraud.
I would argue that the prosecutions have largely come from the federal offices
That's
as
not how
opposed to
this
the state
works.
offices.
You know that we refer
What
them
do you
to
mean
them
that's not how it works? That's
They're
exactly
partners.
how it works.
They're partners. They partner together. Our BCA.
Is the Attorney General allowed to investigate fraud and prosecute fraud in the state of Minnesota without the Department of Justice federally? Are you allowed to do that, Attorney General Ellison?
We're all whistleblowers on stolen land. Must feel free to remind people that 2.99 super stickers will hit the goal. That is why I gave you this shit, so I don't have to beg like a fucking scumbag.
We do prosecute Medicaid.
Now that I got Nightbot, I don't know. I might be taking some wrenches. We'll see.
Of Justice federally? Are you allowed to do that, Attorney General Ellison?
Yes, we do prosecute Medicaid.
Turn your fucking mic on. That's the second time he's done that, and the second time he's been addressed.
Justice federally? Are you allowed to do that, Attorney General Ellison?
Yes, we do prosecute Medicaid. Yes, we do prosecute Medicaid fraud all the time. We've prosecuted over 300 people.
Apparently not enough because Minnesota's rife with it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Randall from Washington State.
Good job, Byron. Good job. Again, just showing, because what are the Democrats here to do? The Democrats here are to derail and make this about anything else and try to do all the whataboutisms to be like, okay, well, you know, fraud is just a thing that happens, to lessen the weight on Tim Walz. But the Republicans are here to just ask the basic questions and expose that despite all they want to do is Trump bad, that's racist, that there is indeed a goal here.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, and Reverend Tollgaard, for being here to shed light on the impacts of the Trump administration's harmful actions in Minnesota, and frankly, to be pulled into some really ridiculous question lines. The escalation in attacks from this administration on social services programs in democratically led states like Minnesota, on the heels of the big ugly law's billions of dollars of Medicaid cuts last summer, is clearly devastating our communities. Do I believe Congress has a responsibility to reduce opportunities for misuse and fraud where we have seen evidence that it exists? Sure. That's why I introduced the Federal Program Integrity and Fraud Prevention Act, a bipartisan bill that
He's waiting on you motherfuckers to do your goddamn job.
would prevent individuals who have been convicted of fraud from applying for federal contracts. Mr. Chairman, if you are serious about addressing fraud, I'd love to see this committee hold a hearing on my bill, which was developed based on feedback from nonpartisan inspectors general, whose entire job is overseeing the appropriate administration of government programs. And let me remind my friends on the other side about Mississippi, a state with Republican leadership where over $77 million in temporary assistance for needy families funds were misused. One of the perpetrators of that fraud, former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, who received $1.1 million from the government for speeches he never made.
I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and assume that she brought up Brett Favre in a hearing about billion-dollar fraud under Tim Walz, as he knew. There's got to be a point. There's got to be a point, right? They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that, right? Thank you, Comtech.
Congressional Republicans' response was to invite Favre to come testify before the Ways and Means Committee about how we should strengthen oversight of federal welfare programs. because I'm sure he had some good advice about that. Meanwhile, my Republican colleagues are villainizing entire minority populations because of the actions of a few. We have a word for that.
Nope. Nope. So again, as all Democrats are too close to being exactly the same thing, we have established that it's not about attacking any racial group. It's about attacking people who are breaking the fucking law and stealing our money. It's your money too, bitch. It's your money too. But you don't care because it doesn't affect you, right? You're protected. You're protected. Ooh, all right. The last poll question. Did you guys see the clip of the Democrat? I think it was a congressman, Democrat congressman or something. He was being attacked. One of his bodyguards was fighting, and then he walked away. Did anybody see that? So I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play that.
Because of the actions of a few. We have a word for that. I also have a lot of Republican colleagues here who talk about being fiscally responsible and reining in federal spending. Again, I also believe we should be fiscally responsible. But to me, responsible governing means that we invest in transformative universal health care that saves us money in the long term. Childcare policies that...
All right, side quest. Let's do a little side quest. Where are we?
Oh man! All right, he just leaves.
All right, so breaking the video, Democratic mayor of San Francisco is going viral after he calmly walked away while his security detail was being attacked. Mayor Daniel Lurie is seen watching a security officer struggle with a man, and then turning and walking away as the officer is slammed to the ground and hits his head on the pavement and is left bleeding. So I want to play the video. And I don't even trust you guys enough. I'm not putting the poll up until we watch the video, but
oh man, you have a video of this.
Okay.
It's just, oh man, it's a wild story. He just leaves as a security guard is getting attacked by 3 guys.
So this is a security guard.
All right, let's read the story. Let's grab the story here and we'll play the video. Actually, let me play the video for you so you guys aren't left wanting. Check this out. So there's, you can see him. His security guard's engaged in a fight, and he leisurely just strolls away.
The he in the poll is the mayor.
Oh,
Should
man.
the mayor have fought?
Security guard got that's a takedown. He got slammed down. They're just watching. That's San Fran for you. That's San Fran. What do you expect? And look at this. Oh, is he robbing him now? You know what, dude? We shouldn't have to.
All right, so that's all I want to show before I get y'all's opinion. Should he have fought? Or thinking of the context of the question in a different way, is it embarrassing that he walked away? Democrat just fucking walking away. Is that embarrassing? Are these for the poll? Fallen Dog said no. Beth said no. Angry said, no, put laws in place that insurance companies and hospitals can't charge that much. Is that were these no's for the poll or for something else? Maybe. This is why I bring my bow staff. No, so again, it was just the mayor. Okay, that was for the poll. Yeah, it was just the mayor. Some random dude came up. The security guard took it on, and then he walked away. So, what did I... Oh, fuck. Let's play one more time.
Shouldn't have to live like this. So, play the video for you so you guys aren't left wanting. Check this out. So there's, you can see him. His security guard's engaged in a fight, and he leisurely just strolls away. Oh man, security guard got that's a takedown. He got slammed down. They're just watching. That's San Fran for you. That's San Fran. What do you expect? And look at this. Oh, is he robbing him now?
You know, well, I mean, so that was a situation. Should he have fought? And when I say he, I mean the mayor. Is it Beta or whatever that he ran away? Because those are the options. You could fight or you could leave. I mean, I guess you could stand there, but functionally, that's not even different than walking away. David said, just gay. David said, well, it's embarrassing that a man didn't help another man. His bodyguard may have told him to leave to get out of danger. Jason said he walked like nothing happened. Strange. So I'm going to leave that up for a minute, just another minute, and let you guys. I'll pull this down in case you want to see it again. But I'm you know, it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. Give you guys another minute. Hit that poll. And King just fucking cracking the fuck up here.
Healthcare that saves us money in the long term. Childcare policies that give the budget back $7 on the dollar spent in long-term costs for the children who benefit. Policies that will actually save our country money in the long run and contribute to strong society and strong economy. Not slashing social services, not defunding hospitals, not eliminating childcare programs. Governor Walz, why do you think the Trump administration is so obsessed with fraud in Minnesota when its own agencies have found other states with even worse problems?
Which states were those?
Well, it's a question we're all asking, Congresswoman, and I'd like to say
which states were those?
And thank you for this. I just want to make sure I go on record, Chairman Comer, in condemning the slurs towards my Somali community that the gentlewoman from South Carolina made. Thank you.
Which slurs? What?
Look, Congressman, I don't know. I think it's been.
What else is new? You don't know shit about Jack, bro.
Clear the president does not like me personally.
Me neither.
I think he continues to tell lies about our electoral system, claiming that
you do
that he's won all three times when
you did.
He lost all three times.
Oh my God! This motherfucker! Oh! Did he really? So we wanted to impeach and arrest. We wanted to impeach and arrest Donald Trump for calling into question an election. He just called 2 elections. I believe that was called treason.
I think he has people.
I didn't even hear anything like that. And yeah, this is, you know, again, the Democrats are here to set up softballs so that Tim Walz can say things that make him, you know, seem better than he is. That's what they're here for.
Around him who were trying to find quotas around immigration, and they saw a perfect storm.
Well, he said, I mean, according to him, that you know, because officially Joe Biden won the second election, but if he's saying all 3, he lost all 3. Then he's saying he lost the first one and he lost the third one, meaning 2016 and 2024 were fraudulent. Hey, shout out to Guam at that first strike. Don't get too far ahead. Don't get too far ahead. I'm going to use the death of the Overlord as a way, as a catalyst to change my life. And yeah, and so I'm gonna start, and then we're gonna fight, and I'm gonna show you that even though I'm only gonna be, I'll wait till I'm a blue belt, but then, you know, you're definitely not gonna be a brown belt by there, because like I'm kind of like built for this shit. No, I don't know, but I want to fight you at the 10K party. Let's go. I want to roll with you at the 10K party. Let's go. Put a 1 in the chat if you would like to see me and Guamtech grapple at the 10K party.
Find quotas around immigration, and they saw a perfect storm, if you will, that included some Somali folks and a whole lot. You know, if we're going to condemn folks, there's no Somali folks in the Epstein files, things like that. We know, but
oh well, that's all that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters, right? Everybody's down. Everybody's down. All right, Guam. on. We gotta figure this out. We gotta figure this out. I was just about to say, we gotta sell tickets to that shit. We gotta sell tickets to that shit. And that'll just be one part. That'll just be one part of the 10K sub party because, guys, because other, 10K is solid. Like if you just put, vibes, like if you just post videos and stuff like that, then, like 10K is solid, but like it's not really the same as live streamer numbers. And so we had a lot of upward mobility. And by the time I hit 10K, it's not going to be that soon, but it ain't going to be that far away. We gonna do it. There we go. Accepted. Box versus. Okay, but no. Hey, whoa. We have. I don't know. How tall is Box? Box, I think, is tall. Or at least like above average. I don't remember, but we'll see. All right. So everybody said, well, not everybody, but 67% of people said no. The mayor should not have fought. And I completely agree. Why the fuck do you think security is a thing? To protect you from what we just saw. And as somebody else said, it is very likely that he was standing there and the security guard was like, get the fuck out of here. Because that's his job. So I'd love to hear the reasons as to anybody who said, yes, he should have fought. Why? Okay, why? I was going to say that's on the undercard, but that might need to be the headliner. That might need to be the headliner. He gets, right? Yo, I'm down. Let's fucking go. Box, more like Box. All right. But, once I learn how to ankle pick a motherfucker, then, All right. The Epstein file.
I don't know. It's an obsession, and I come back to it again.
Wait, what's an obsession? Whoa.
Well, that included some Somali folks and a whole lot, if we're going to condemn folks, there's no Somali folks in the Epstein files.
There's no Somali folks in the Epstein files. Therefore, no people who are not in the Epstein files could ever commit fraud.
Things like that, we know. But I don't know. It's an obsession. And I come back to it again. I think it's because we are so ideologically opposed to making children go hungry, people go unhoused.
The people aren't in existence. They're not real people.
We invest in education, we invest in research, and we believe everybody has a place. And so I think it's just personal about how we do business.
Thank you so much. I could not agree more. There are also reports that as many as 50 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota have quit in the last 12 months.
I can't stand this bitch. We're gonna move on, and this is going to be the final questionnaire unless we hit the goal, guys. $2. 2 super chats is it. Remember, it has to be 15. 15. So we're at 13. So if you send $2, that don't count. You could also send fucking to $32, but I would suggest going the other direction. So let's skip ahead.
For all this, folks, the attorneys over at the U.S. Attorney's Office who were good at helping us as partners, we turned this over to them. They prosecuted, they put people in jail. They're not there now. There's nobody doing this. And I will remind this committee, the U.S. attorney was in front of a federal judge yesterday being threatened with jail because of what's going on in that office. And from my perspective, who's prosecuting trafficking, drugs, murder, and fraud? And so we want them. If you could.
That's what we're doing right now to you. That's what we're doing right now to you.
Do anything, Chairman? Call the president in time to put some U.S. attorneys over there to prosecute fraud.
That's what we're doing right now. Why do you think you're here? It's very clear that he didn't understand anything about anything. I would love to be able to just be like, Timmy, hold on. What is it that you think we are doing here?
Sign on with you.
If I knew you guys loved Nightbot that much, goddamn, I would have figured that out a lot quicker.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair now recognizes Chairman Burchett from Tennessee.
Tennessee, you The only 10 I see. Oh, I can't even. I gotta give him a freebie. He's so fucking cute. He's so fucking cute. I can't. Look at him. He's just fucking adorable. Yeah. Oh, that's my good boy. That's my good boy. That's my good boy. Agreed, Angry. Whoever's supposed to debrief him should be fired. The sad part is that, like, this is probably as good as it gets. This probably isn't like a bad showing. This is just like as good as it gets when you're caught in billions of dollars worth of fraud.
Voice, Mr. Chairman. Governor, you mentioned that President Trump lost all three.
But well, I mean, that's up to us. That's up to us. If people are not willing to sit and watch what is actually happening and comment on what's actually happening, oh yeah, I saw some clips and like, yo, yeah, and then never think about it again because you only thought about it for 10 seconds. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I fucking tried.
3 times. I believe that's an error, and that's a conspiracy theorist. I believe you spoke in error there, but
no, he lost Minnesota all 3 times.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you corrected that.
He doesn't agree with that.
I don't care. Jared. We're good. Have you ever used taxpayer funds directly or indirectly to take action against individuals suspected of disclosing potential wrongdoing within a government entity?
I have not.
Well, almost 30 whistleblowers accuse you and your administration of retaliation. Would you say that's a conspiracy then?
I can't speak to what they said. I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay.
Wait, I feel like, is that not contradictory?
It's accused you and your administration.
30 whistleblowers accused you
of retaliation. Would you say that's a conspiracy then?
I can't speak to what they said. I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, shout out to Bethlehem Tay with a $5 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh my goodness, he's loving it. Look at him. He's loving it. Oh, you're on over here. Yeah, see the landscapers. You can see the puppy the whole time. Thank you so very, very much, guys. One more. 99 cents hits the goals, makes me do push-ups, get Morty a special treat, and we'll keep the party raging. Thank you, Beth, so very, very much.
Would you say that's a conspiracy then?
I can't speak to what they said. I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay. Are you aware of reports alleging state officials have engaged in retaliation against whistleblowers?
No, I'm not. Not specifically, no.
You're not aware?
Oh, and we got a new sponsor of the stream, Beth and Tay. Thank you so very, very much. Let's make sure we are hitting the like button on the super chats for the people who are actually opening their wallet. Thank you so very, very much.
That when 30 have come forward.
Okay. I am not. I believe these are internet. We have options. The OLA, we have independent folks that they can come to, and I encourage them. It's against the law in Minnesota. I have executive orders.
It's against the law here, but it doesn't stop it. What actions have you taken to protect whistleblowers in your state, sir? And has anyone faced consequences for retaliation? If so, who?
Well, in Minnesota, we have nonpartisan office legislative auditor. We have zero tolerance. The Minnesota Whistleblower Protection Act prohibits retaliation. I signed executive order in 2025, added protections. The law explains and clarifies protections around what reports are protected and who can report issues. They're strong. When I was here, I was an advocate for the IGs, and I think that's well known in my 12 years here that
I mean, we all love Instagram, but that's not really what we're here.
That we need them.
Okay. Well, a whistleblower told our office that her supervisor at the Minnesota Department of Health and Human Services threatened to make her job difficult. And the supervisor that did that later received a promotion. Would that surprise you? And can you confirm if this account is accurate?
No, I can't confirm it, and I don't make HR decisions. But when I'm being very clear about this, there's a zero tolerance for whistleblower retaliation in Minnesota.
Can you? How can any agency combat?
That's all right. Nobody else. It's all for Morty. That's totally fine.
Fraud when retaliation goes unchecked.
It makes.
Sorry, I missed that.
Retaliation in Minnesota.
Can you? How can any agency combat fraud when retaliation goes unchecked?
How can any agency combat fraud when retaliation goes unchecked? Retaliation. What do you mean by how can any agency combat fraud? Retaliation from who? I don't fully understand the question.
It makes it more difficult. That's why we don't allow it.
Do you think that any the fraudsters sent stolen funds to?
Oh, they wouldn't be allowed in here. They wouldn't be allowed in here. Oh hell no!
Terrorist groups. Pardon me?
Do you think that any of the Somali folks that received funds sent any of that money to any of the stolen funds to Somali terrorist group?
Yes.
There's been reports done and investigations done on this, and I don't believe there's any proof to support that.
Okay. Mr. Attorney General, do you recall a December 2021 meeting with individuals connected to Feeding Our Future, during which you stated there will be cases that I want you to feel free to call me directly, and then I call up and what's the problem? And
we gotta hit that one again, but first, we're all advocates for fraud on stolen land. There we go. There we go. That part. This.
let me tell you.
Yeah, wait, back that up.
There will be 2021 meeting with individuals connected to Feeding Our Future, during which you stated there will be cases that I want you to feel free to call me directly. And then I call up and what's the problem? And let me tell you, just letting the inquiry from AG is sometimes enough to make people knock it off.
Congressman, yeah, I was at a meeting like that. Let me just say that I've reported on this numerous times. I've been in front of a committee in the Senate. I'm here today. I was in front of a state House committee. This is a widely discussed matter, and I've been fully trained.
It's Jason. I don't know if Jason is still here, but Jason Beatrice is a full amputee, not like a fucking faker, like angry. You still got a fucking leg.
Transparent, but let me just be clear. These people were fraudsters, as everyone here agrees. They were liars. They lied to me. They lied to courts. They lied to everyone. And
oh, you mean like you lied to everyone?
I would like you to know that I do meet with community meetings all the time. I mean, it's a regular part of my job. Nothing unusual about me meeting with people. Nothing unusual about me telling people if you got a problem, my office will try to help you. But these people were liars and fraudsters. Okay. The main thing is I'd like you to know.
You mean like you?
Is that we're down so many federal prosecutors that it has put our ability to hold these people accountable definitely at a loss.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because Trump totally did this thing that was a problem long before he came around.
8-hour days do get long. In September of 2022, you issued a press release titled, "For 2 years, Attorney General Ellison's office has held Feeding Our Future accountable." Does that sound familiar?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Let me tell you, the Department of Education.
It's always sus. It's always sus when when it's someone on the other side and they say, "Thank you for the question." That's just a red flag.
Sound familiar?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Let me tell you, the Department of Education.
Does it sound familiar or not, sir?
It certainly does. And the Department of Education.
Then why didn't you just fucking say that?
How much did you receive in campaign contributions from individuals?
Too much.
Charged in the Feeding Our Future case?
Every campaign donation I got.
How much?
Was returned to all authorities.
Okay. Everybody knows about the $250 million in fraud for Feeding Our Future case, which was prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. But there were just 2 other large site sponsors that you settled with instead of prosecuting them. Why did you not prosecute Partners in Quality Care or the Gar Family Services?
Because my office doesn't have jurisdiction to prosecute in those cases.
Well, you allowed them to dissolve, but no one was prosecuted. And PIQC
they still may be.
Sir, PIQC is accused of $300 million in fraud as significant assets, yet no charges and no attempts to recover taxpayer money. I'll remind y'all, $19 billion. I was a state legislator, and I can remember when our state budget was $19 billion. This is money that's been stolen, and it will not be recovered. And you all are to blame. And every dadgum one of you all ought to step down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That is how you do the damn thing. That is how you do the damn thing.
Before I recognize Mr. Bell, Mr. Donald, do you have a UC?
Yeah, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an op-ed from the Minnesota Star Tribune, authored by
another op-ed going into official documentary.
Jim Nobles, the former Minnesota legislative auditor, dated December 29th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from St. Louis.
Thank you, Chair, Ranking Member, and our witnesses for being here today. My Republican colleagues have called this hearing today once again to divert the public's attention from the dangerous threats that they themselves have created for the American people. They have chosen to turn a blind eye to the escalating public safety crisis in Minneapolis, Minnesota, fueled by the deployment of ICE agents under the direction of President Trump.
According to the popular vote mandate.
On December 1st, 2025, this administration launched Operation Metro
Yes, it
Surge.
does.
Surge.
If you sign up as a member, since that costs money, it counts towards the goal.
Under the false pretense of promoting public safety in Minneapolis. Since then, we have witnessed several deaths, including the brutal killings of Renee Good on January 7th, 2026, and Alex Preddy only a few short weeks later on January 24th. News reports state.
So again, why were they there?
That in 2026 alone, there have already been 8 additional deaths at the hands of federal agents.
How many deaths at the hands of illegal immigrants? More or less than 8?
We're now living in one of the deadliest periods on record, with more deaths carried out by ICE agents in recent years than at any time since 2004. Under this administration's direction, masked agents have inflicted trauma that will remain in these communities
definitely more
and
than 8.
neighborhoods. There's a lack of accountability and justice. Survivor stories have been suppressed. False narratives have been told, and federal officials have refused to cooperate, even going so far as to block state investigators from accessing evidence. AG Ellison, as the chief legal officer for the state of Minnesota, what level of cooperation would you expect from the federal government during an investigation of this magnitude?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, we're all fucking terrified, as the Reverend lady told us. Because, of course, if we actually tell the truth, then, people wouldn't be that scared. But this is what we're going with. ICE is going to get us all. Help! But the children that their families are leaving behind, that the American government is taking care of. The children! This is your life, motherfucker. This is your life. There is no escaping this unless you want to put your head in the sand. This is your life. This is all of our lives.
Congressman, I would expect the kind of cooperation that we're used to experiencing. I mean, in all of the time that I've even been a lawyer, which is now 36 years, state federal cooperation was exactly how we did business all the time.
Oh, so you mean like if the federal government was going into an area to do like, I don't know, an ICE raid, that the local law enforcement would cooperate with that? And how was that worked out? Oh, really, really, really well for American citizens. So maybe, just maybe, the cooperation that was not here is the cause to all of this bullshit.
We are very proud and love working with our FBI agents, DEA agents, ATF agents. It's a regular thing. This is what's strange and unusual.
And has the lack of cooperation and unclear communication from the federal agencies undermined the investigations into the death of Renee Good and Alex Preddy?
It certainly has. We have been denied access to critical evidence in this case that we would need to evaluate this matter based on use of force analysis.
Which is befuddling to me because as a former prosecutor, I've led serious and thorough investigations in pursuit of justice. I can say that what we have seen by DHS, DOJ, and the FBI is the complete opposite of a detailed and thorough investigation into the wrongdoing of ICE officials. And let us be clear, despite what President Trump would have the public believe, those agents remain on the streets of Minnesota. These
as we voted for.
Actions are not isolated incidents. We've seen similar events taking place across the nation in Illinois.
Yeah, it's almost like if you let tens of millions of people who don't belong into the country, you're going to have some bullshit falling through the cracks when you try to get them out.
North Carolina, California, to name a few. We have heard directly from survivors about the cruelty and mistreatment they endured by ICE agents. And we have seen the individuals appointed under President Trump to head these operations evade justice and not be held accountable for their actions. We can't stand by and allow this to continue. Those responsible for these actions must be held accountable, and survivors and their families deserve answers and justice.
So about the fraud, though.
Which is why, Mr. Chair, I move that pursuant to Clause 2.
Let's put it to a poll. We'll leave this down here for now.
Justice. which is why, Mr. Chair, I move that pursuant to Clause 2, subsection K6 of House Rule 11, the committee shall subpoena Greg Bovino to testify before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
A motion has been made.
All right, all right. Take your looks. So let's the poll is up. The poll is up. Is Mr. Bell, is he wearing a wig? We're gonna back this up a little bit just so you can see some motion.
On Oversight and Government Reform.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
Are you?
What do we say? What do we say? Oh, we got. How did it go from 6 to 7 to 6? Is that it? Oh my God. Cannot go in the other direction. Everybody said, fuck. Yeah. That just don't look right. I kind of agree. It's a little like where maybe? But like I don't know. Glow in Dark said it's not a wig. No one buy a wig. You sure? You sure? Because what if his actual hairline is here and he didn't want to have, like a fucking normal person hairline? That would be very obvious. So he specifically went with that. I don't know. It's like, I mean, maybe it isn't, but it looks off. It's weird.
Patients evade justice to. I'd like
look at his Wikipedia page. What's his first name? I don't know what his first name is. Mr. Brown Oversight Committee. Chantel Brown. No. Why is it? Does anybody know his first name? Wesley Bell. All right, Wesley Bell. Bruh. This is a bald man. What are we doing? This is a bald man. That looks like what do you the fucking I don't know what it's called. But it looks like the wig probably ends somewhere in here, but the hairs are longer, so it comes and it folds over. Oh my Lord. You guys are savage. I don't know too much about how hair extensions work and look. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, I did not really understand the length to which, and I don't mean like the physical. I didn't realize how far people went with this weave thing. I just thought some black women just have hair like mine. They don't. None of them. I didn't know that. Holy shit. We are all wearing wigs. Well, we are all wig wearers on stolen land. I mean, hey. Make some good bruh, just fucking, I mean, and you're black, just fucking shave it. What are we doing? Either way, whether this is a wig or not, shave that shit. What are we talking about?
To the ranking member. I'd like just to provide just a few of that time to the Reverend who wanted to make some additional comments about something that was said earlier in the hearing.
You don't say.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Just following up on Matthew 25.
Oh, is this Nancy again?
I am so proud of the countless ways that Minnesotans, Christians, and people of other faiths and moral conscience have stepped forward to show love of neighbor and to come alongside.
Oh, this is the Reverend again. She's going back to the same fucking verse that she got wrong the last time. I mean, come on. Oh, my goodness. Bethante outsponsoring herself and hitting the stream goal. This is the last big block that we got, and it's going to the Overlord. of course, is normal treat, but because we have reached the goal, you guys know what time it is. Everybody, shout out to Beth and Tate. And for the birdies.
Shadow's got the way the truth once stood.
Oh shit, sorry.
Shadows got the way the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mic on its guard. The chaos watches like an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. The goal has been hit. So you know what that means. Again, not only does Morty get that special treat, but as soon as we are done here, that means we've got to do push-ups for every $2 bet. Thank you. So very, very much. I hope everybody liked that super chat and said thank you to Beth for hitting that goal. Big shout out to all of donations. Thank you so very, very much, guys. And even if you can't donate, just by you being here, hanging out, so very, very much appreciative. Let's get back into it. Thank you.
Have stepped forward to show love of neighbor and to come alongside those who are suffering most in this time. There is no greater example of living out the teachings of Christ and caring for the least among us than what we've seen in Minnesota these past few months.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Thank you.
Couldn't help it.
Gentlemen, yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Perry, I have a unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Alpha News where U.S. Attorney Rosen stated, and I quote, "We have more than adequate staffing to carry out the fraud. We have been reinforced in dramatic numbers by the Department of Justice and by other departments of the federal government." He also said fraud investigations are increasing in pace. Fraud prosecutions, you will see, are going to be dramatically increasing in pace. According to Rosen, if you're committing fraud in the state of Minnesota, it's really not a good time to be doing so. Just wanted to enter that article in the record without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I agree with the David. Guamtech said, "Does Candace wear a weave?" Again, as I just said, very not good with parsing that out. But I think David has a strong point. But I don't know.
Governor, good to see you again. You're an Army guy. I'm an Army guy. What's, as governor, one of your primary responsibilities? Keep your citizens safe, right? I think we could probably agree on that. We might not agree on much, but we could probably agree on that. And I heard you talk earlier about working with federal partners. There's a lot been discussed here about fraud of various kinds, but I want to talk about something that seems to me, quite honestly, a dereliction of duty, or certainly a huge lapse in judgment. And you were governor in October of 2023, right? I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. And you signed the Minnesota Driver's Licenses for All Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, right?
That sounds like a bad idea.
So now, look, I'm not going to hold you to knowing every single thing in these laws. There's a lot of,
though you should have a general idea,
paragraphs and wording and so on and so forth. But under your law that you signed, it prohibits the disclosure of information contained in the license or identification card applications for enforcing Title VIII of the United States Code. Just to make sure, are you familiar with what Title VIII deals with?
I'm not specifically.
Okay, so it deals with immigration.
That's what I mean. Like, maybe you don't need to know the specifics, but like whatever fucking thing they're talking about, Title VIII, you should be like, oh, okay, that has something to do with that. You're so incompetent. This man could have been one heartbeat away from the presidency. Insane.
Nationality and aliens.
Give me 1 second here. Since we're still riding, I'm gonna go get me where we at? Let's do I don't know, let me go. Nope, that's not what I want to do, but whatever. All right, give me 1 second here. Come on.
Lastly, you were talking about Cassell, like America is better being less polarized and more like in union. I think Charlie Kirk was a polarizing figure who knew that the more polarizing shit he says, the more he can get outrage from the left and get attention based on that. He grifted off of that, and that leads to the exact violence that he's now a victim of.
But I was going to a place and letting anybody speak to you and having a impromptu debate. How was that grifting?
Because again, there's a cycle between generating outrage from the left.
Okay, can you define
more
grifting?
attention?
Can you define what you mean by grifting? Maybe I'll agree with you, but I don't know what you mean by that. Can you define what you mean by grifting?
Yeah, somebody who does something like media or something like that for the money.
Oh, damn, I'm a grifter.
Mel, really quickly.
Like
somebody who will sell out their values. They don't
every
actually
person in media is a
care
grifter?
about media, for example.
So even
people
if
like the artist.
you do it for money, then you're a grifter?
Yeah,
the
that makes media grifters. That makes every journalist a grifter. That makes every news reporter a grifter. Yeah.
For one thing, media literacy is an entire course that you can take. And guess what? It teaches you that that's not how media is supposed to work. There are people who definitely commodify it. And I say that there is grifting in mainstream media also, but definitely not all media and certainly not independent media. Mel, really quickly, when you were stating
independent media, what do you mean?
There's also a difference, right, between like paying your bills as like a newspaper company and being like a slop, what's the word for it? Paparazzi rag, so that way people will just buy your shit off the racks in large volumes.
Who is that? What does that have? Are you
Like
saying
tabloid magazines? Do you not know what a tabloid is?
And who are you saying that in reference to?
There's a difference between a newspaper paying their bills.
Am I here?
And tabloids.
He asks questions, and Mel just keeps.
Yeah, this explains to you what a grift is.
A grift is money made dishonesty as a swindle.
Yes. So okay.
Now you're saying
making
that
money,
Charlie
not
Kirk
dishonest.
not even.
No, it's dishonest because again, they're not doing it because they care about media. They're not doing it as a media person. They're doing it because media makes money. Again, the difference is like a newspaper paying their own bills versus a tabloid magazine, which only produces stuff so people will buy it in large volumes.
I just read your mind, you're a grifter, because I know you're doing this for the money.
Yeah,
I personally made $0
from the aspect of what Charlie Kirk did or said. What is the tabloid aspect of that? So, if you would like to watch that in full, I will drop the link in the chat there. Just one of very many clips that you can see of me when I'm not live. All right. I was wondering when the after party was here. Nope. I just had to pee and get some more water because the party rages on. Let's go. All right.
The United States Code, just to make sure, are you familiar with what Title 8 deals with?
I'm not specific.
Okay,
No
so
idea.
it deals with immigration, nationality, and aliens.
Why would I care
Particularly,
about that?
The law that you signed eliminates the requirement for Social Security numbers or proof of lawful presence. And furthermore, it's a violation under Section 14.4 of your code for anybody to research that. As a matter of fact, immigration status is classified as private under Section 13.18. So literally, the federal government, your partner, as you said, we work with our federal partners, can't use that driver's license information regarding people that are here illegally. Now,
I don't understand the connection between the driver's license and the immigration piece, I guess.
well, they can't because, well, let me make the connection for you. According to the Secretary,
let me spell it out for you, retard.
Of Transportation, 1/3 of Minnesota's non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses were issued illegally. Do you have a video ready to play for me? Can you play it now? This is what happens, Mr. Governor. This is what happens when you issue driver's licenses to people illegally.
He is on the northbound lanes of 61, going the wrong way. You can see I'm going southbound on 61. He's in the northbound lanes on Highway 61.
Show the video.
Crossing over there. And thank God, I don't know how much that thing weighs, 60, 80,000 pounds, 60 miles an hour.
18-wheeler.
You can cut the video. He was like,
Okay, so what that was, I don't know. I don't even remember where I saw that. Maybe Crowder? I don't know. But there was a Somali driver with a CDL going the wrong way down the highway.
Since in your state, under a law that you signed that precludes
in Minnesota, obviously,
federal officials, your federal partners, as you call them, from determining whether they're here illegally. That guy that was driving that truck couldn't pass the test. He didn't pass the test out on the road. There's another video. I'm not going to play it, But there's another video of a guy here illegally turning a truck like that around in the middle of a highway where people lost their lives because they were decapitated when they went underneath it. That's what happened. So my question for you is, this should be easy. What do you
But the poor brown people, they're brown and they're poor.
going to do to rectify the law that you signed that allows people here illegally to get a CDL? That tape was in Missouri, not in your state. Look, if you don't want to protect the people in your state, I guess that's your business and the business of your voters. But that driver was driving in Missouri. And if he'd have hit a bunch of people, quite honestly, to me, you could have been held liable.
Okay, so he was driving in Missouri, but he was Minnesota licensed. Got it.
Well, Congressman, first of all, Minnesota ranks in the top 3 safest states by highway data from your own department.
Highway data.
The data from the Department of Transportation for highway safety. We have the 3rd. We want everybody on our roads to be licensed.
So are you saying
we want everyone on our roads to be licensed? So instead of making sure that everybody is licensed to drive, we'll just give out licenses. That way, everybody has a license.
Stupid.
You can't make this shit up.
Based on that you're okay.
I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with you or I speeding. I'm not okay with DUI.
But you signed this law that allows for that.
Exactly.
You signed it.
It's almost like they don't understand. It's the first order thinking. It's that first order thing. Well, I just gave them a license. We just want them to have a license. What possibly could happen?
You're going to do nothing about it?
I can't speak to the specific on the CDL. What I can
You
tell
can't
you
speak
is
the shit.
I can. I referenced your law. It says House of Representatives, State of Minnesota. And I know there's a lot of words here,
case.
but
I just know our roads are safer.
exactly the sections that allow for this to happen and preclude federal enforcement regarding immigration and the illegality of people receiving CDLs under your state's
Driver
provisions.
safety and immigration are 2 separate things. Anybody, had that been a citizen or not, it's still tragic. It's wrong. We shouldn't.
Right, Timmy. But if they were a citizen, the chances of them having that license without being able to get it either is much lower, or your state is even worse than we fucking thought. If you're telling me that a policy to just give anyone a license, including CDLs, without testing properly, is a good way. He broke my brain. I'm sorry. I don't even know what do I do with that? Let's just shout out Agnes in the building. Welcome. Said CDL is being issued to people that can't even read is a crime. Yep. Especially to illegal aliens. Yep, and these are the jobs Americans won't do, like picking strawberries in an 18-wheeler going the opposite direction on the highway. I agree. Americans won't do that.
Do it. What I'm telling you is in Minnesota, we have the 3rd safest roads in the country.
So you're good. So you're good with this practice.
I'm not good with that.
Well, what are you good with? Because that's what's happening under your law.
Well, I can't speak to the specific on if it's an outlier. We give license to people who
That
then
happens.
eventually.
I wish we had been drinking for every time he said, "Well, I can't speak to that," or "I don't know."
Get
I'm gonna
DUIs
yield.
after we issue
That
them.
happened
I don't
last
know,
month. This is March. That happened a week and a half ago.
Yeah, I don't
Are you
know.
familiar?
That's wrong. And look,
But you're not going to do anything.
Sure, we're going to do.
What are you going to do?
Traffic laws
What
against them.
are we going to do?
Was this person arrested?
I sure hope so.
Well, that's good.
And but he was licensed in your state under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed, so we ticket them and try and stop that.
Yeah, but the point here, Timmy, is that if you didn't change the laws to open it up so much, then this would not have happened. It's not a direct cause. Nobody is saying that you made them do that, and nobody is saying that Americans don't drive well or drive perfectly. But that is exactly the reason why. This is the same fucking argument as, illegal immigrants commit less crime than American citizens. Did they commit no crime? Then get the fuck out. Because if you're admitting that Americans commit crime, then that means we have shit to deal with, and we don't need extra illegal crime. As opposed to legal crime. You know what I mean?
Telling you is I don't understand the connection between
He's here illegally. He can't read, and he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all across the country, imperiling everybody else. That's the connection.
I can't speak.
Thank you.
The data shows Minnesota is one of the safest driving
I can't speak to it.
states in the country. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Yeah. It's safe because they drive CDLs out of the fucking state and crush everybody else in different states.
Chair now recognize Mr. Min from California.
I'm first, sir.
Oh, you're next. Okay.
Is that okay, sir?
I didn't have it on the list, but
Oh, I should.
I will yield to the ranking member.
You sure? Okay.
You can wait. I'll let
Who's
him go.
next?
I was tardy. I thank you, Mr. Mann. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh no. Oh no. Is this what's her face? Fuck, what's her name?
Good afternoon, and thank you, witnesses, for coming today. So what I've heard so far is feeding our future, $250 million stolen, 50 convictions secured. The prosecution was working. Then the administration froze $10 billion.
Carly Simon? Is that it? Carly Simon?
In childcare across 5 states. No evidence, no legal authority.
Bro, everyone else. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Let's assume these are the papers. These are the notes that everybody's using, right? These are the microphones that everybody's using. Everybody's like, la da 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 da. This one's like, so I can't fucking see shit. The Coke bottle. Oh my god, man. It's not her fault. She can't read.
Billion in childcare across 5 states. No evidence, no legal authority, no statutory process. A federal court ruled it unlawful and unconstitutional within 48 hours. Thank you, Attorney General Ellison and Attorney General.
Is that her really name? That's not really her name. Is it? Is it really her name? Oh,
General Bonta for that work. Then the lead prosecutor resigned. His team followed. Those prosecutions are now at risk. So the record shows they froze $10 billion.
Sucking a dick down there?
Illegally. Lost in court immediately and dismantled the prosecution, actually putting fraudsters in prison. Every single action made the fraud worse. This isn't incompetence, because incompetence is random. This was targeted, legally defective, and prosecutorially catastrophic.
I don't even know if she's on our side. I am.
If this committee was serious about fraud, the first witness.
Oh, so she's not.
This should have been the HHS official who sent the letter.
She would be so offended. Like, Whoopi's fat as fuck. Oh my god.
Not the Attorney General who.
I mean, from this angle, you can't really tell.
Who beat them in court. Attorney General Ellison, what are we doing here? And I want actually to ask.
That's my question. What the fuck are we doing? Oh my god.
What is your office doing systemically to prosecute fraud in the state?
Well, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. As I said, prosecuting Medicaid fraud is a very important work that we do. We do it every single day. We've secured.
We got to make sure that the prosecutors of the fraud are legit. The fraud, I mean, we'll worry about them. We got to make sure that those who prosecute, that's legit.
Millions of dollars for people. We've gotten millions in restitution. We've convicted people and held them accountable. We also represent state agencies and help those agencies support the work that they do. The fact of the matter is that,
I don't think so. I think this is a layup.
This work we do to stop fraud is helping to protect public money. We're proud of it. And we also support federal prosecutions by providing them with information that they need to prosecute fraud.
Yeah, he's just talking way too long for this to be antagonistic. This is clearly, here, I'm going to help you out.
We have done and will, of course, continue to do.
So, sir, tell me this. How has the ability to prosecute that fraud and social services programs been affected by this administration?
Well, it has been devastated.
By this administration. It's been devastated by this administration, a.k.a. Trump bad.
By the actions of this administration. This administration has cut the number of prosecutors, but also has redirected FBI agents to do immigration as opposed to.
Why have they cut those prosecutors?
Those prosecutors actually, I said cut, but they actually resigned as a matter of conscience.
So they weren't cut. So you lied under oath just now. Are they under oath? They're under oath, right? That's under oath. You just lied. You just said that.
Those prosecutors actually, I said cut, opposed to.
Why have they cut those prosecutors?
Those prosecutors actually, I said cut, but they actually resigned.
Oh, so that's a lie.
As a matter of conscience, because the administration was trying to force them to investigate the widow of Renee Good.
So a lie.
Say more.
So many of them said that they couldn't work under those circumstances because it violated their personal ethical requirements. So they quit.
So they left their jobs that they had sworn to do en masse because they were conflicted with conscience.
Yeah, sounds kind of fucking gay. You signed up. You signed you said an oath. You committed yourself to something, but then you were uncomfy. You felt icky, so you're like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. It sounds very, very similar. You know what? It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. If I can find this video, then it is worth the wait because it is insane how fucking deep in our society this really is. Is this it? Yes. Okay. Copy. Put it in the Discord. Again, guys, if you're not one of these fucking losers who, we didn't even do the last one, so we'll do the last one first. If you're not one of these losers who listens to everybody else and think that TikTok is bad because TikTok is bad, then follow me. So this one was from before. I wanted to talk about just how the media is exactly the same everywhere, and that is now falling down to just influencers. Now, this one specifically isn't exactly like that, but it's close enough. Just trust me. I saw a video of the TikTokers doing it using the same script.
A live person on Twitter caught 3 senators making the same exact video.
They bring prices down starting on day one. That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Since day one.
Well, that's weird. There can't possibly be more, right? Wow. Okay, that has to be it, right? Who the hell thought that was a good idea?
I mean, you get the point. It's bad enough that it was worth it to show, but the fact that it's not just the politicians, it's actual regular influencers that are like, hey,
this is going to be one of the more important.
Stop it. We'll pay you, but you got to say this. So this is a little bit different, and what we were just looking at, and I want you to draw the parallels. Let's see if you can draw the parallels.
This is going to be one of the more important videos I think I've ever made, because what I have done is I have taken this manager, she might be a former manager at this point, her video, which is over 6 minutes in length, and I have broken it apart. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the parallels between what she saw as a manager in corporate and how it directly reflects and mirrors what your teachers are seeing in the classroom. It is wild. So she's talking about this.
Oh, come on. What are we fucking doing? Really?
Article that came out, right? Why Gen Z is unprepared for the workplace. And one of the reasons is because they lack initiative. So she spends her whole video talking about that. And she does this by a pretend scenario with an employee, but then she outlines the reasons why these Gen Zers are getting fired. Not all. Okay, the first segment, she talks about how they will not take initiative and how she no longer will be a manager. Listen to the first part.
You're getting fired left or right is because they don't take initiative. And the response is...
So this is a retail manager giving her story.
Well, you don't pay me extra to take initiative. That's not what initiative means. I.e., here's a problem. Hey, Emma, here's a task that I would like to be completed by the end of the day. Here you go. You went through the interview process. You've worked here.
One of the problems is that kids don't take initiative. Kids say, you don't pay me enough to take initiative. They obviously don't know what initiative means, or they've been taught that they don't need to because they're just going to be pushed along anyway. Second segment.
About to end for the day. No, I couldn't finish it because I didn't know how to do it.
What?
What do you mean, Emma? When we say initiative, it means, did you call somebody to ask them? Did you come to me? Did you Google? You just sat here all day and didn't do it because you didn't know how to do it? But this is the worst part.
This parallels the classroom. That person sat there because they didn't know what to do. It is so similar in the classroom. Kids will just sit there if they don't know what to do. They won't ask the teacher. They won't ask anyone around them. They will just sit there. Third segment.
So, okay. Full disclosure, I don't fully remember why I brought this up, but I'll rewind the other video and I'll remember.
Then you add on the fact that they call out sick all the damn time. So we got a combination of you don't take the initiative to do the job. You can't retain the information on how to do the job. You get very emotional when any type of discomfort presents itself and you call out sick all the time. You're fired. And then they get fired and they're like,
okay, so they're in corporate and they're out sick all the time. They're in school and a lot of them are out sick a lot. Month vacations, mental health days because the parents allow it under the guise of mental health. Initiative we've already talked. Can't retain information. Their faces are embedded in iPhones and iPads all the time, which we're seeing the effects of this. And they get over emotional when they are corrected or told what to do. Your teachers are seeing this in the classroom all the time. And the parents come to bat for their kids all the time. Let me clarify, not all parents, not all kids. Segment 4.
What do you mean? No one ever taught me. You should have shown me. And I can't help it if I get sick. There is a difference between we're trying to go against the system to create something new that not only the employer and the employee will benefit versus you just don't want to be told what to do. You just don't want to come to work. You just get mad and upset and angry anytime you don't get a gold star.
In the classroom, many students
So same shit. Let me pull this down and let's see.
just don't want to work because
I forget exactly why I brought this up, but it was right here.
For them to investigate the widow of Renee Good.
Say more.
So many of them said that they couldn't work under those circumstances.
Oh.
Because it violated their ethical, personal ethical requirements. So they quit.
So they left their jobs that they had sworn to do en masse because they were conflicted with conscience.
That's right.
Just like the kids who don't do shit because they don't feel like it. This is your government.
And may I add, Congresswoman, that we have had motions to dismiss for the violation of a defendant's right to a speedy trial granted by judges in Minnesota because there's not enough federal prosecutors. And one of those was a person who was a violent offender who was being prosecuted for felon in possession of a firearm. Case was dismissed because there are not enough people to perform the functions of prosecuting people who commit crimes. So
we gotta make them feel better. So if the issue is that people in immigration services, taking care of illegal immigration, are not comfortable with how things are working, we have it's one of two issues. Either they're little fucking bitches, just like these kids that we were just talking about, or there's a genuine issue with what is happening. So if there's a genuine issue, then we should be hearing from ICE officers en masse that this is the specific issue. We're not doing this because of that. But you don't hear that. You don't see that. I'm sure there are people who are like, oh my God, this is so sad. We shouldn't be doing this. But anything based on law or actual conscionable reasons to go against your oath, just not there. Just not there. Insane. So here's what we're going to do, guys. That is just about the halfway mark. So I'm going to cut it there. I need kratom. And if I don't do my push-ups before that and get some kratom, I'm not going to have a good time. So we are going to do that. And then we can do it part 2. We'll do it. I won't use a Monday stream. But over the weekend, depending on my work schedule, we'll come back and we'll finish the second half. I do think it is important. Now, some of the fiery clips are from the second half of the thing, so we got plenty of good stuff to go. But I do again think it is important to see these things in full and not just get the clips, because then it's too easy for somebody to who has watched the whole thing to be like, oh, you saw that clip, but did you see the whole context? And that's out of context, and this is what happened, and then you don't know shit. So start knowing shit, and then you'll be better at the people who don't know shit. Pretty fucking simple, right? So before we head to the push-ups, in case anybody has to dip out. Oh, Kenneth, that's who it was. That's who it was. What is? I was like, why was the Somali fraud? Well, there's no Somali fraud, but the white woman led it. Anyway, let's shout out all of the donations. You guys came fucking through. And I do believe this is the very first time that we've hit the goal through the 15 super chats. Dropping all this fucking cash. All I ever asked for was 15 fucking super stickers. But you guys fucking came through. Like always. Long Tech being a member for 30 months. Thank you. And still dropping money after the Nigerian. Of course, our sponsor. We had Lone Wolf. And then, of course, Beth Ante cleaning it up, guys. Thank you. So very, very much. So you know what time it is. You've paid me. Now it's time to pay yourself. You paid me. Now it's time to pay yourself. So I do actually have to do the math because I don't even know how many dollars we got. Where are we? We have $53, which is what, 26? 26 push-ups? That ain't shit. Oh. Real quick, when you guys hear the music, is it like muffled or does it sound like normal? Because I watched one stream and it sounded like I was like playing it through my phone into the microphone. Like, does it sound like, you know, if this was in a normal YouTube video, or does it sound different? All right, 53, right? 26. Let's go. If you can't do 26, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. If you can't do 10, do 5. Either way, you paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. Is there anybody on vertical? All right, one person on vertical. Nope. All right, well, then we're just going to end that stream. And now I don't have to move anything. Let's go. Sometimes.
This is having a devastating effect on our state. And then it did.
What about right now? When, obviously, I mean, when it does, yeah, right? I don't know why it's doing that. All right, so hopefully, I mean, we're working on the actual video, and then I'm gonna upload that video to YouTube. So then I'll just play that at the beginning of the stream. So hopefully, that works itself out. But that's annoying. It's just playing through VLC. Let's try one more thing, real quick. Let's do if it's here. I don't have it. One second. We're going to try one thing. We have a one take. Let's get it all the way back. All right. How about this? Does that sound different or does that sound the same? Put it on repeat. So let me know. Is it different or the same? Either way, it's time for push-ups. 25. We ain't no bitch. We could do this shit. Easy. Actually, let's put that out of the way there. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Hey, you look good, baby. Hey, yourself.
Guardian of reason in a world unaware when the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of coming. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the faith. The world's slow illusion, so hollow and compared. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
24, 25, 26. We're good luck. Let's go. This sounds better? All right, we'll play it through here. All right. Word up. I can't repeat. All right, thank you. Sounds better. All right, so we'll do that. But like I said, we have that video coming. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, we got Insight of the Ages. All right, we're heading out. We're heading out, guys. Thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. And guys, it means the world. Whether or not you opened up your wallet, whether or not you are a member, just by being here, having the conversation, that is what this is really all about. Obviously, we all need money to live and blah, 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 blah. But what I really, really, really do appreciate is the fact that you guys show up. You guys are here. You guys do the goddamn thing. Thank you. I definitely will be live this weekend. We are going to finish up the second half of this hearing. If you missed it, I'm telling you, check it out. And again, go check out the playlist on the channel. There's a bunch of shit. And if you could do me one more huge favor, even though it is simple, it's free, and it's easy, as soon as the stream is done, if you could just scroll down, you could already do it on the replay of the vertical one, but it really matters on this one. If you just scroll down, leave a comment in the comment section. After the live chat, you just put Morty rules, Lutch sucks, Lutch is puny, those push-ups today sucked, whatever you want to do. That really does help. But either way, guys, thank you so very much. You guys are so supportive, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And I know you don't like when I get mushy, so I won't. So once again, guys, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.